Welcome to the magnificent Warilla Bowls and Recreation Club, situated just over an hour south of Sydney. And look, it's a landmark internationally for bowls. This week playing host to UBC 23 Ultimate Week, proudly brought to you by Superloop. Case, we've reached the quarterfinal stages. Been very exciting so far. The action has been endless, and there's still 4 more days to go, but the important part is tonight. We've got the quarterfinals, semis, and then final. There's 8 great sides still looking for that $32,000 winner's check, part of the over $280,000 on offer this week.
Absolutely, Greenie. It's been a fabulous 2 days here at Warilla, and I'm sure we're in for a treat. And it's going to start tonight, right now, with obviously Exodus Blue, probably the informed team of the competition so far, and up against Tsunami.
Yeah, having a look at the post-sectional playoffs there. The preliminary games, they're not shown live, but everyone can check them out when they're getting played, as with all the other scores at ultimatebowlschampionship.com/scoreboard. You have a look at the preliminaries there. The first one, Tsunami, they were absolutely amazing, 69-30 over the Newlyn Spiders, who are one of the form teams throughout sectional play. Payalba Phoenix just going down at the end to the point. An ultimate end there, Superloop ultimate end, got the point over the line. Speaking of Superloop, the Superloop Challengers, they were destructive against Dandenong, who we've known are one of the sides to beat in the UBC. But the Superloop Challengers in their first event have been ever so impressive, 77-40 winners. And Golden State 38, Deer Park Gold 61. And what that does is sets us up with a quarterfinal matchup between the 2 Deer Park sides, Deer Park Club Blue and Deer Park Club Gold. 4 quarterfinals followed by the semis and a final. And that will be our Event 1 winner. But there's 8 still left to play of the 26 teams who started in Event 1. Who's your pick for first quarterfinal, Case? Have you got... Both teams are in form. Obviously, Exodus with Aaron Sheriff. And we're waiting to see whether Nick Cahill replaces Matty Bouse, because we saw in the last match of sectional play, Matty Bouse actually hurt his leg, upper leg, so...
Yeah, obviously, any team with Aaron Sheriff in the team, hard to beat. I think Matty Bouse is going to miss out, so that's a big loss for Exodus Blue. But in comes Nick Cahill, so he'll no doubt do a great job.
Introducing Exodus Blue, ever impressive, Aaron Sheriff. He gives us a wave as he walks past. Aaron Sheriff, Nick Cahill, Matty Bouse. Definitely one of the teams to beat. They're on the radar for all of the sides, and they are one of the teams you've got to sort of aim up to. Southern California Tsunami, one of our favourites. And it's great to see the boys, Desi Can, Aaron Zangle and Lauren Dion. The boys have a lot of fun, and it's great to see them appearing in the finals of the UBC.
Absolutely. Fan favourites of the UBC, particularly Lauren Dion, team owner. So action just about to get underway.
So it'll be Desi Can leading off. Tsunami. Lauren Dion will be the skipper. And there we see Nicky Cahill. So he's leading up for Aaron Sheriff for Exodus. And just courtesy of the draw, and with Exodus Blue finishing on top of Section A and qualifying straight through the quarterfinals, if they don't continue winning, they'll continue using the Blue Bowls throughout the night. I know there's not much of a change, Case, but some of the players do have, a favourite out of the blue and orange, so hopefully Blue's their favourite for the night.
Absolutely, and it does give them a little bit of momentum going in each game, knowing that they've just won with those colours. If they can get away with this good start in this first quarterfinal tonight.
So following the sectional play, we had the prelims we just talked about. With the prelims, we did have a short break as well, so there will be a slight change with the green. People might be saying, how can there be a change? You're playing on carpet. But it does change depending on the heat, the amount of people in here, just, humidity in the area. So good start there from Nicky Cahill. For the people joining us for the first time, and a refresher for everyone else, UBC, fun, fast and fresh, and so's the scoring. We play 3 bowl pairs, 5 ends. There is 18 points on offer at the end. Yes, we're talking about points because there's no shots in the UBC. Every toucher is worth 3 points. At the lead crossover, whichever team is holding the closest bowl, then that is a further 3 points to that team. The conclusion of an end, the first shot, 10 points, second shot, 5 points, third shot, 3 points. You get first, second and third, it's 18 points, and a Superloop ultimate end.
Just needs to get down, Greenie. Oh, he's done well.
Yeah, great
That's
start
outstanding. Nick Cale. It's always good to get off a good start on a TV rink. That'll give him confidence going to the next 4 ends here.
Yeah, you'll see the scoreboard updating the bottom of the page there, bottom of the screen. So the toucher and the lead shot, it'll be 6 points. It'll be 6-0. You'll also see the end number, what bowl is about to be played, and also who's first, second and third. You see the coloured numbers there. If you see a half blue, half orange, it means it's very tight or it's a measure.
So immediately under pressure, Lauren Dion. Oh, his weight was perfect for that shot. So here we go. Probably the man of the day. Well, the man of the 2 days, to be honest. He's had an incredible start to this first event. It's not far away. Just doesn't want to touch the jack.
Well, he gets the 3 points out of it.
Still good.
Orange flops back, so he does hold on a shot, and he's covered it up. It's a lot harder to get to now. For those who have been with us from the start or have watched a fair few of the games on this Superloop live stream rink, the side, which is the grandstand side, which you can see perfectly, the shot there, side's a bit kinder, a bit more turn, and you'll see the bowls hold up a touch more on the side where that bowl from Lauren Dion was delivered.
Omar will be looking just for something similar. Get to his own bowl or just past. Just needs to run.
Oh, this is some
good.
start.
Here we go again.
Ominous signs. What if those two blue bowls that are resting on each other, will that angle touch any of the orange? Or we'll see Lauren just play a similar sort of shot. Similar sort of shot, just trying to correct the line.
Increase the weight.
Oh, almost.
Second shot is probably close now. A little bit unfortunate there.
Aaron will jump over onto his forehand on the commentary side. He'd love to draw a toucher. He's drawn a heap of them over the last 2 days, and that's an award that will be presented during the presentation. That's the Sports Centre Golden Touch Award, awarded to the player with the most touches during sectional play.
It's another good start here from Exodus Blue. Jumped out of the blocks. It's a measure for second. Umpire's been called.
Umpire early on. Following this match, quarterfinal 2, we will see the hometown favourites, Warilla Gorillas, up against the Point. Both those sides were in Section B. During the post-sectional, Warilla finishing in second, the Point on fifth.
Crowd starting to build. They're all in different parts of this club, watching it on TV, so they'll be making their way down to this TV rink shortly.
I heard Case during the break, well, you see on Netflix and the different streaming services, Adam Sandler's got a lot of movies with Netflix, and I heard that Lauren's actually playing a stunt double in one of those for Adam himself.
I have heard that.
So it's been a bit of time in the making, but he's finally clinched another role. What's sure to be an Oscar-winning performance.
Anytime we got Lauren Dion out in the rink, it's sure to be entertaining.
We speak of the $32,000 winner's check and over $280,000 on offer. And this will give you a good view when you see the players' deliveries is the new UBC event Champions Trophy. It's something you're more likely to see there on the screen just to the left of the scoring TV, the right of the scoring TV. Something more like you'd see in a Grand Slam tennis event.
It's fabulous, doesn't it? Just hasn't quite got his weight here yet. As we've alluded to in the commentary the last 2 days, the warmer it does get in here, the quicker the carpet will run. So that's something the players will need to adjust to quite quickly. Obviously, only 5 ends, so well done, Des Can. That's a great shot. Got the toucher as well.
Yeah, so a couple of points there, 3 of them towards the Tsunami. Good news, though, for Exodus is both of Nick's bowls are past the jack. So it gives, especially with this coming down here, it definitely opens up
well played.
The chances there for Sheriff. He's probably got shot out of it as well. Yeah, you'll definitely be looking for a positive shot here. If you is to miss the target, finish past the jack. Currently, the only bowls past the jack are that of Exodus Blue.
Just needs a turn. Just held its line. Wasn't far away.
No, good little second prize there because he's got both his past the jack and both out in sort of the wing angles. So looking for the split now, Lauren Dion, but he's got those options. If he gets either of the bowl on the side onto the jack, it's poking out to his own oranges.
And you'd think with Dez's front toucher of his second bowl, you'd think that normally is enough to win the end, but Nick Hale pulled something magic out of the hat there. So
okay.
Same sort of shot still there, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think these are the big times. These are the big moments for Tsunami. If they're to go on and challenge for this title and to win this game, they need to be taking these opportunities while they're there. Dion gets past
Very
the
close
front.
to this.
He's get past the front. He does. Great
Well
shot.
played, Lauren Dion.
They're the moments, Case. Build the confidence, build the momentum. And you play a good one, then you look back and you see this man just jogging down the green.
Just pulling up a little bit short. It's an opportunity here for Lauren.
Yeah, be back on that kinder side as well. Really good guide. Get to his own underneath it and work off it and back to the jack with good weight.
Yeah, he's done well. It's another. So all of a sudden, a little bit of pressure here on Aaron Sheriff. Last bowl for Exodus.
Does he look to just get round his or will he be attacking here?
Looks like he's going to stick to the draw. So it's a forehand draw.
Too much room. Nick likes it.
Just needs a turn.
What a shot, Aaron Sheriff.
Well played.
And a toucher. No need to attack when you can draw back touches like that.
You caught it halfway down. Too much room. Looks easy on the TV screen, but only 6 inches of room.
Yeah, Lauren doesn't need
to get away too.
He doesn't need to overplay this. He just needs to just that confident draw. We do know that side's turning. Gets past the front blue. That's what he needs to do. He looks to be on a higher side of it though.
That's a good effort.
It was only half a bowl. He gets the inside half of that. He gets back to the blue. Tsunami looking good for some points then. And then Aaron Sheriff come along and said, beat this.
It's a really good end for the Tsunami. Both players couldn't have done much more, but just a little bit of brilliance again from Aaron Sheriff was enough just to extend that lead out to 22-38 to 16.
Look at Az, good teammate. Not worried about the head, mate. I'll just give your bowl a bit of a polish and get it right for you. See that crowd building up. The Warilla guys and the point guys, they'll be ready. They know it's only 3 ends to go and then they're on.
Well, we have noticed, well, Nick hasn't really nailed it as such, except for that last bowl, the second in. He has given each bowl a chance, so hasn't been anything short. Just looking to take off about a metre of weight. Needs a run now.
Pretty handy. We see a lot of Matty
Sure.
Bouse leading up for Sheriff, and Matty's injured. Pretty handy, just slot Nick Hale in there.
Absolutely. And that's the important thing. When the team owners do select their teams, it's really important to make sure you've got that third player ready to go. Oh, a little bit unlucky there. Let's hope Matty Bouse is right to go tomorrow. Start of event 2 in the morning. It's a big turn here. Turny bowl. Well played, Nick Cale.
Very good. They're the sort of opportunities you have too, Case, when you get your first bowl, that 2.5, 2 feet through the jack. It's easy to come back. You know you've already got one past the jack, as opposed to if you're short, Des can he hold here? Just going to slide through. If you're 2.5 foot short with your first, you know that's pretty much out of the game, and then you're really trying to put extra pressure on yourself to get down to the jack for toucher and make sure you get something past. So by getting something past with your first, and you'll often see that with a lot of our leads in the UBC, especially the good leads, the ones who have got the high success rates, they'll be giving their bowl a really good chance first up.
Doesn't really like it, Aaron. Unlike him, lead is short.
Yeah, well, anyone who's been watching the Superloop stream today will have noticed his robotic abilities, and he just zones in right from the first bowl. And I think he's probably had more loose bowls in this game than he's had all of today.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, his loose bowls are a metre and a bit away.
Yeah. They're my good ones these days. So here we go. There's no doubt he's going to correct on that, and that's what he's done.
That's exactly what he's done.
So all of a sudden, this game,
Just starting to get away from Tsunami. But there is an opportunity here.
bit of bowl, then Jack. He needs to make one of these two bowls count here, Lauren.
Not all bad. He's finished in a good spot, but that's exactly where Sheriff will be heading. Currently holding first, second and third. Leading 41-16. 2 bowls remain. End number 3 of this 5-end UBC quarterfinal number 1 for UBC 23 Ultimate Week here at Warilla Bowls. Proudly brought to you by Superloop.
So Sheriff will be just looking to draw wide of the head here. Protect any chance of dropping a number. It's actually not bad. The way the head looks like the jack could go more sideways or even forward.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to be bouncing off. There might be a gap between the blue and the orange, but even if it gets through that, it's going to get the further orange and go sideways, as you said, Case. More direct here. Players are looking at it. Is it down enough? No. So this will be a big margin here. Opened up after the first 3 ends. 43-point margin, 59-16 in the Superloop ultimate end. These are danger signs too, because as we've said, Sheriff hasn't been his 100% best.
Yeah, it's danger signs for the competition. The longer he's in the competition, the better he'll get. There's no doubt about that. And he's probably been the standout player so far. Nick Hale's done a pretty good job up front. A pretty good platform for Aaron. Des Cairns up to it again.
Yeah, Desi's been solid.
.43 the margin, so needs to be a big end here for the American team. Just going to turn. It's a good bowl.
These are those little chances. Get to that jack first. Trail it to your own. Just falling short.
That's probably the one that he really needs to reach there. Trail the jack yourself or get past and give you a skip a chance to convert, or you don't think ones are going to do it here. Probably need to get multiples.
Okay, so they've already got the lead shot here. Just add a foot on his last, get to the jack. And the side 6 points.
Oh, well done, Des Cairn.
Just shy. I would have loved that further 3 points.
Yeah, unlucky twice.
They'll get the 3 for the lead crossover. With a 40-point margin. Well, Aaron Sheriff. There is not much you can't do. Create some angles, create a little bit of magic, open it up, run through, grab the jack, turn this end on its head. The situation case is, as we know, 39 is the most you can score in an end. So they're running out of options, and the scoring prowess of Exodus is putting a stamp on this match, this quarterfinal.
So this is it, mate. Jack down towards the back bowl.
While it's open as well. He seems to like it. Lauren Dion, can he get down to the jack? He just removes the bowl. Into the jack. championships, pennants. Here we see on screen Exodus Blue through to the semi-finals. First team to book a spot in the semi-finals. And although $32,000 for the winner, the runners-up will receive $20,000. And this is per event. 3 events, of course. Third place and fourth. So beaten semi-finalists, $10,000 each. And the teams defeated in the quarterfinals, they'll receive $5,000 each. Who will be next, Case? Warilla or The Point? Who will be taking on Exodus Blue in the semi-final number 1?
It's another tough one. I'm 1 for 1 so far. I'm going to stick with the home team. I know we saw them earlier on in this TV rink, and they did battle. They're really confident on this rink normally. They struggled a little bit. I don't think they'll do it again. So we might see a new lineup, though, for the Gorillas.
Well, I'm going to go The Point.
Of course, you have to.
Just because they're The Point. So, but it's just a continuation of Aaron Sheriff and what he continues to do on this live stream rink. But it wasn't just Aaron Sheriff. Nick Cahill replacing Matty Bouse and then coming out and displaying what he did from lead position. And that's what sets it up for Sheriff. I quite often think that it's the perfect platform. Matty Bouse, Nick Cahill, they're doing exactly the same thing. And look, you look previous UBCs, and Sean Ingham was doing the exact same setup.
Yeah, and full credit to Nick Cahill. He probably only found out half an hour ago that he was actually playing. Matt Bouse is probably their first selection as a lead spot, but obviously he has got a bit of an issue there. So yeah, Nick Cahill came out and there's no nerves. He played his role to perfection, no short bowls, and let Aaron Sheriff do the rest.
Yeah, 100%. And that's what I was speaking to Nick about earlier today. I said, it's been a really successful 12 months. And he said he's just in a really good spot. You know, work's good, life's good, bowls is good. So, and that's the sort of thing. You walk out onto the green and there's no worries in the world.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure he's loving playing with someone like Aaron, Ryan Bester at Broadbeach as well. So good on Nick. Great to have him in the UBC.
So just moments away. Quarterfinal number 2, Warilla v The Point. So Warilla qualified courtesy of their second spot in Section B. The Point were 5th and came up against Pialba Phoenix in the preliminaries and defeated them 67-56. And it was a match where the Phoenix led all the way. And it was just The Point right at the end. Harley got the toucher and the lead shot for the crossover. And then the ultimate end. So they got those points, added it all up, and happy days. They got home and they're into the quarterfinals, and then you never know. Playing against the home side, though, it's going to be a tough challenge.
Harley loves this rink too. He's a former member of Warilla. So they'll come into this full of confidence. So we're in for another cracking game.
Yes, hopefully we're going to welcome out both sides very shortly. We'll wait and see who's up first. Well, here we go. Ready to go. The Warilla Gorillas. Waiting to see what the lineup is, but we know who the trio, Corey Wedlock, Jeremy Henry, Aaron Tees. King Henry, Corey Wedlock, Aaron Tees, 2 of the superstars of Australian bowls. King Henry, multiple world champion, so it looks like it will be Tees and Wedlock.
2 Australian champions.
I thought there was a chance of seeing King Henry. And The Point, we all love The Point. Ray Pearce, Kyle Hansen, Harley McDonald. We'll get an S in Pearce's name shortly. Might need to get him to win some more titles. He's won numerous New South Wales Australian titles, playing for New South Wales just the last week against Victoria. And it will be Ray Pearce and Harley McDonald. Oh, look, they've clearly got the home crowd behind them. Boys having a little bit of a tea party, just getting to know each other like they don't, but they definitely do. Okay, so it'll be the matchups that we expected, as much as we would have loved to see King Henry out there. Big Jezza. But it looks like could be a slight change here, Case. Looks like we're going to see Razor lead up and Harley skip.
Interesting.
So Will be an interesting one. We saw, obviously, the change-up with Nathan Rice in previous matches towards the end for Exodus White. But in the prelim, it was Harley leading for Razor. So the point with the orange bowls, Warilla Gorillas with the blue bowls. Will we see another victory for the blue team, or will it be the orange side who can claim a victory here? And a very handy start. Just sliding by, finishing right past the jack there. Perfect spot. Ray Pearce. Oh, Teasy missing the jack by the same amount as Razor did, just on the other side. Hasn't taken these boys long. They're right on top of it. Harley formerly played here at Warilla as well. And one thing we talk about with the preparation, I know the point side of Harley, Razor and Kyle have been spending a number of nights coming down here after work and getting on the carpet, practicing. I think on occasions they've actually played the boys in a little practice match. So they'll definitely know a couple of different tactics that they've already got.
Absolutely. And we're used to seeing Aaron T skipping as well. So it just goes to show you there is some tactics that obviously come into this team lineup for both teams. And it's probably decided who gets on the jack first might win the game. So
we've had 3 bowls miss the jack by about 1.5 millimetres so far. Okay, who will be the first on the scoreboard? Quarterfinal number 2. He's sliding underneath. It's interesting too because we've seen a lot of bowls on the other side, missing on the other side there, on that tighter side of the rink. Both boys finding their way underneath the jack there, but the first points to the point, 3-0. Halfway through end 1 of 5. Quarterfinal number 2, UBC 23 Ultimate Week here at Warilla Bowls and Recreation Club.
Obviously, Harley and Razor were unbelievable for the Geelong Clippers a couple of years ago. Alongside Nathan Bush. So just slipping under. Not a bad head set up here. Not a huge target. So Harley be just looking to draw another one close, but without setting anything up.
It's one of those ones, you're still leaving that jack open. Although it is directly in front of Razor's bowl, there is a clear path to it. Oh. Found his way through again. That's probably the best bowl to get to now. Correct, Case?
Yeah,
try and get to that. If you do get underneath, you're sort of getting to your own orange. You're holding first or second. Razor's having a look at the tee. Only one down there. As we've called, beat that last one. Nearing the conclusion of N1. Both teams 1 bowl remaining. This is the final bullet. Tarrant Point.
Not far away. Oh, just slipping through, but it's a handy home. So it's the same sort of weight here from Corey. Not easy to play, particularly on that side.
Yeah, both boys are trying to will it in. Knew it was on the high side, let it go. You could see Corey just swaying his hips a bit, willing it in. But 18-3 the lead for the point after end 1. And a good start. That's exactly what the point needed. The Warilla crowd are a little quiet.
Yeah. It is very quiet. I only take one big end, though, to ensure that the Gorilla Bar will get pumping.
I'd say even one good bowl. One big bowl. Razor once again with his first. Jeremy's in his normal spot. He's just standing rink side. Just keen eye, keen observer. And young Kyle, it's his second UBC. So he's a little bit more relaxed than we've seen him in the past.
It's a good reply there from Aaron Tees. Just touching the bowl, giving himself a little bit more room.
Could we see an attacking shot early? No, just going to be a confident draw.
Pretty sure he won't be short.
Corey likes it. He hold on for the jack. Doesn't want the gap. He gets the jack. Well played. Very good shot.
He loves playing that weight. Just over the draw.
Finishing in a good spot. Just a touch of run on it. So this will be a further 3 points to Warilla. Start to close that gap. As you can see on screen, the crowd's building up.
Just going to turn.
Went quickly. Lead shot to Warilla. They'll move along to 9, 21-9.
So over to Harley here. Just looking to draw up just around Ray's bowl, about 2 foot short. Still got plenty of room to draw the shot.
Looks to be travelling as well. He's pulling up now. There's the seam as well. Don't get much purchase off that. Plenty of room here for the boys. Just those bowls that are feet short. Just need to get around them, navigate those. What's Corey got here? Just hanging around. A great shot, Corey Wedlock.
Just held nicely around the bowl.
Who's closer here, Harley? Very close if you can get down. Just sliding by again.
It's only that 2 feet of weight. That's all it was.
Tees is wheeling it in. Navigates it.
Oh,
does enough. Oh, I think he's just got to try and take those couple of feet off, Case.
I think he might be
up running through now.
Yeah, I think he's going to go.
He's setting up. Well, he's going to need some sort of result here.
Oh.
And that good start from the point, 21-9. Well, that'll be eradicated very quickly here. Warilla holding a Superloop ultimate end. There's still a bowl remaining.
So if you're looking for a toucher here, not easy to do through those bowls, but
Yeah, he played 2 rippers, didn't he? Really changed it up, put the pressure on the point. I thought Harley's second bowl, a little bit less run in it. Superloop, ultimate end. The direction of the Gorillas, 27-21 leaders now after 2 ends. Quarterfinal number 2, event 1 here, UBC 23 Ultimate Week.
it's been the leads, hasn't it? Whoever has won the leads end seems to dominate. And it was Aaron Tees who just arrived up there with his second trailer jack. So Razor will be looking to bounce back here.
And that's exactly what he's done, Case. Toucher there for the point. Ray Pearce. That's the exact same distance his first bowl has been away on ends 1 and 2 as well.
He's in some form.
And a good shot from Tees as well. That'll be the one to follow that down. Well, he's not going to watch that one finish. He knew it as soon as he let it go. See the grimace on his face. The funny thing is, it's not the worst bowl. It's past the jack. It's on the side that the jack's heading.
And Teesy's looks like to be just reaching up here.
He's still following it. He's watching it. Corey's getting interested. He's got a bit too much of that. Any less and he runs straight down the line onto the orange, if not the jack.
It's opened the head up nicely for Corey. Not far away here. Ray Pearce.
Razor Ray for the points.
That's perfect.
Huge.
Wow.
3 points for the toucher, 3 for the lead crossover. All of a sudden, the point have wrestled back the lead.
Outstanding there from Ray Pearce. Taking the target away, tucking the jack just around the corner.
How's he going here? He get down enough? He's just feathered off his own. Interesting to see what Harley plays here. You'd back Corey to hit it.
Yeah, wherever this bowl finishes will probably change the shot that Corey plays now. It's going to get right through to the tee. So possibly less weight now. More controlled weight on the wider side.
He's wheeling it in. What sort of contact to the front blue has he got?
Oh, he's touched the jack. Oh, what a result.
That is some result there. He's also got the shot out of it.
He's got the shot. Wow.
How close is this game? 30 apiece on the scoreboard. There's 3 bowls. Inside an inch of the jack.
He's under, but
he's finishing in the areas he wants to finish in.
it's good effort.
I think the crowd know how close it is too, because it's dead quiet here.
So the call is trying to get the tee. Probably got about 15 inches of room.
And he should get there.
That's
And
outstanding,
he does.
Corey Wedlock. I think the front one's the go. Jack might not move and the blue ball might just disappear. You're looking at it.
He's in the area. What's he got?
Jeez, he's unlucky. He's taken third shot away as well.
All of a sudden, it was looking like I was heading in the direction of the point, and Corey Wedlock just to sort of the second bowl, giving himself a chance. He got the ultimate result. And then that one, Harley coming down and just a bit unlucky. Here's the third shot. But 43-35. Another classic quarterfinal. Just quarterfinal number 2. Still anyone's game. No good areas.
Unlucky the point there. They controlled that end. Didn't do anything wrong. It was just a good result from Wedlock's second bowl. He was in the area, but got the premium result. So back over to Ray Pearce now. Still got plenty of room here. Loose openers from both leads. He's done it again. Is he going to get the touch?
He gets the touch.
Well, so far, it's fair to say Ray Pearce has been the standout leader.
Absolutely. Here we go.
If you can draw another toucher, all of a sudden...
The point will be back in the lead.
Yeah, new leaders again.
Touch on the high side, I think, but he's going to finish in good areas, and that's exactly what he does. That's what you want to do when you miss.
That's good.
Will be 3 points to the point. Now a battle of the skips. Corey Wedlock, Harley McDonald. Okay, Corey. Easy. Wing it to hold. This works away. We see Harley raises it to pick it. So pick whichever hand you want. He's going backhand. Probably looking to beat that last bowl. He does get down to the jack himself. It's all good.
Only a bowl high.
Yeah, that's all.
Great effort.
Sort of that similar weight that he missed by coming back in this direction last time. Guys are just questioning the score. It is right. Score's good. They're having a look over to us, but I'll just go quickly down there, Case.
So we'll just make sure. It's obviously an important stage of this game. Important to make sure the score is right, but from our records it is. So Harley will just need to just draw to that blue bowl. If you can get a toucher, that would be a bonus. Just needs a run and hold. Oh, it's a good effort, and it's actually in a pretty good spot.
One bowl remaining, each of these skips. I don't want to be cheeky, Case, but I don't think mass was ever the strongest subject for either of these four. Although they're pretty good with odds. Oh, wow.
Just held off. Couldn't have played it much better. So,
Well, the way it sits, we'll be heading in to the fifth and final end, 51 apiece. So this is a huge bowl. Farley's to get second or third. Oh, he's just left it in the bag. 51-51. End number 5, quarterfinal number 2 coming your way right now.
you disappointed with that one, Harley.
Oh, hugely disappointed.
Opportunity to get the lead. No, we couldn't have asked for much more, mate. 51 all, last end. The home team, Warilla, can they get their team over the line?
Well, pretty much you look at that one bowl case. If he was to have got second shot, it would have been a 10-point margin because it would have been 5 more for the point, 5 less for Warilla. If he got third shot, it would have been a 6-point margin, 3 for Tarrant Point that 3 Warilla wouldn't have got.
Yeah. Could be costly.
A good start once again. Ray Pearce. It's been an enthralling battle. Going bowl for bowl.
So Ray Pearce, probably been the pick of the 4 players, to be honest, on the rink. Oh, it's another good one. Still plenty of room, though, isn't there, for someone of Teasy's ability.
Yeah, Corey likes it. Generally a good indicator, as it is.
Good shot.
These are big bowls right here. The last one from each of these 2 leads. Either of them can get a toucher and the shot. Goes a long way towards.
Well, he's given this a good chance here, Greenie. Oh, he's got the toucher, so that was important.
Yeah, definitely needed the 3 points. Okay, easy now. He'll be out on a high line. If he can jump on top of the jack for 3 points and the shot, he's going to do enough for the shot. Does enough for the shot,
back
so
to level.
54 apiece. 54 all as the boys march towards the head. Marching towards the mat.
See our
3 bullets left.
first draw tonight in a quarter-final? I know there was plenty during the sectional games. So Harley McDonald on his forehand. As soon as the weight comes off, it will turn. It's a good starter.
How's Corey going out there? As you said, just that weight coming off as they turn. Opportunity here. Get to the jack first. Front toucher wins the game here, Case.
Yep, absolutely. Just needs to hold on. Still too much room, I feel.
Yeah, it's too much room.
Corey Wedlock, one of the best draw bowlers in the world, on his home surface in a big game.
Well, this one looks the goods.
Backing him in.
Should be enough.
It's close.
What else would you expect, Case? 54 apiece, 1 bowl remaining from each side, and the shot is up and down.
It looks like a three-way measure. Oh, not quite, I don't think.
Teasy's going to have a really good look at this. You got a timeout. Oh, Corey's just asking if he's got a timeout. Yeah. Well, exactly as Teaser said, he's just got to draw a shot. It doesn't change the shot. It's just a matter of if they had shot clearly, he wouldn't have to play it.
So this is it. Oh, he's on the march too.
Yeah, he's after it. It's got to be a pretty good sign, you'd think, if you're a Gorillas fan.
He's done enough.
And that's it. That's the shot. And there's the crowd. There's the home crowd that we haven't heard because they've all been on the edge of their seats, biting their fingernails. Each team looked like they were just going to sneak in front and move through to the semi-finals, but it was the Warilla Gorillas. Gallant effort there from the point, but Warilla 64, the point 62. So it'll be Warilla who move through to play Exodus Blue. And that's semi-final number 1, Case. Quarter-final number 3 is Whittlesea Eagles against the Superloop Challengers, who have been a surprise packet in one way because it's their first event. And to see a team reach the quarterfinals in their first event is not something we see very often.
Absolutely. Whittlesea, one of the standouts, obviously Lee Schreiner. He's in dynamic form. But Superloop, it could be the surprise packet to this event 1. Sean Thompson, I know he's been in fine touch. And Travis Moran. So,
yeah, Lee Stinson. It'll be interesting to see who is up for Superloop. Whittlesea, will we see Blake Nan?
I think we will. In a final, I think Blake's probably the one that you'd probably go to. He's been there and done it in the UBC in a final before. And obviously we know Lee Schreiner's going to be skipping. So,
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's one certainty. The one certainty is Lee Schreiner will be skipping.
Absolutely.
And I think the other certainty is Sean Thompson will be skipping for Superloop. Now we see both sides and we see their lineup. Superloop challengers, new to the competition, new to the UBC. Sean Thompson, Travis Moran and Lee Stinson. It will be Lee and Tomo. And then for the Whittlesea Eagles, who were the previous event champions, Blake Nan, Lee Schreiner and Nick McIntyre. Nick McIntyre looks like he's going to be leading up for Lee Schreiner.
And Lee Stinson and Sean Thompson. So, in for another big game here. I feel like it's solely on Nick McIntyre up front. If he can match Lee Stinson, I think Lee's experience might get Whittlesea over the line, but
Tomo's been one of those players who's been outstanding in the UBC. He was one of those players who you were really pushing to get involved with the UBC because you knew what he'd add. And then got picked up Broadbeach Lions, with Moama.
yeah, that's right. I think he's an excellent player. So we'll get to see him on the TV rink tonight. He's one of the best players in Sydney, I know that. And he's very quiet, so a lot of people, he goes under the radar a little bit. So here it is, Nick McIntyre to get us underway.
So what will we see? We've had polar opposites. Quarterfinal number 1. Great start there, Nick McIntyre. First points on the board for the Whittlesea Eagles. Polar opposites, the first quarterfinal. Exodus Blue blew away Southern California Tsunami. And then in quarterfinal 2, it came down to the last bowl. Neck and neck all the way. 64-62, a 2-point win to Warilla. So Exodus Blue and Warilla, they've booked their spots in the semi-final. The next team will be the winner of this match, and that's Whittlesea or Superloop. Lee just a bit over with his first. As we said, these players have had a little bit of a break since the preliminary matches. And Whittlesea, well, they've had an even longer break as they were second in Section A. As I welcome Benny Jones. Benny Jones, how are you, mate?
I'm good, Greenie. Just getting the heart rate down to human levels after that fantastic quarter-final between Warilla and the Point, which went literally down to the very last bowl. And yeah, as I said on the mic to the crowd here at Warilla, Ray Pearce, Harley McDonald, beaten, but gee, what a great performance. They took it right to the wire with Warilla, who, much to the delight of the home crowd here, go through to a semi-final. And gee, that's worth the price of admission alone up against Exodus Blue. So, yeah, can't wait for that one. But a couple of big quarterfinals to tuck into now. Yeah,
and it's one of those sides who we see in Whittlesea, who in Moama Event 3, they did everything right in the finals. In the first 2 events, they did all the right stuff in the sectional play and then were knocked out early. But now we see them once again in the UBC, dominating their sectional play. And it's all down to the finals. And a man who knows a lot about the finals, especially at the UBC, well, not just the UBC, but a number of other events, is Barry Lester. So Australian Commonwealth Games multiple times medalist, and one of the Dandenong favourite children, I'd say, for the UBC. He's, I think he goes with the UBC and Dandenong like no one else. It's the Baz and Gaz show, and unfortunately Event 1 it didn't roll on. But I'm sure Event 2 and Event 3. But the good news is we're lucky to have him in the commentary, so he'll be joining up with you, Benny.
Yeah, looking forward to a chat with Baz. Yeah, one of the greats, obviously, and big part of the UBC. So we'll get Barry in shortly as we just watch the opening salvos of this one. Opening end with Whittlesea on the board with the lead shot for the changeover, and also an early toucher as well for Whittlesea, courtesy of the work of Nick McIntyre. And now it's Lee Schreiner. And again, we remember Whittlesea, their amazing performance in Moama in the final event, and sort of just rolled on from there. And at the moment, they hold first and second shotters. I do welcome in the great Barry Lester to our commentary. Some special comments from the next couple of quarterfinals from you, Baz. Welcome, mate. I'm sure you'd much rather be out there having a roll, but it's next best thing to be chatting with you, mate. Welcome.
Yeah, sure is, mate. Thanks for joining me, having me, and how's everything going in Bendigo, mate?
Yeah. Well, I've spent a couple of years back there in beautiful Bendigo. I know it's a place you know well, and obviously family in and around the area. But I've in the last 6 months made the move back to beautiful sunny Melbourne. Sunny sometimes, not quite as sunny as the Gold Coast, of course, your stomping ground. But it's been a bit of a round trip for the wife and I. But we are back in Melbourne, and
yeah, you certainly have moved around.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
It's been quite a journey, but thrilled to be here at Warilla, and looking forward to this. How do you see this one playing out? Obviously, Whittlesea have set the pace in their section through the preliminaries, but Superloop, the new partners, and obviously one of the new franchises, to make it to this stage, so I'm sure they'll be very determined to get into a semi-final.
Yeah, well, straight away you can see the most important part of the game for me in the UBC is just the leads setting up the position of the heads. So getting the touches if they can, winning the crossovers, and trying to nullify the skip's ability to play their game. So you got Tomo there driving already. He's got one of the best forehand drives in the world. He's just off target then, but all of a sudden he's 3 down and he's going to have to go drive draw, I think.
So we see Lee Schreiner with his final bowl in this opening end. Just parks one in front to try and, I guess, block her out here for the Superloop charges through Sean Thompson. Look, he's...
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I mean, he looked from the initial impact to have at least minimised the damage, but in the end it amounts to very little, and what a start. I don't know how I should use the Superloop ultimate end when Superloop are involved. I'm sure they'd rather hear it if it was for their side, but that is the dream start for Whittlesea. Probably one of the favourites for this event, you would have to think, and they lead 24-0.
And it's good to see something, a brand like Superloop on board. The sport of bowls, you can't have enough sponsors and partners get involved, so it's always good to see it.
Yep.
Any facet of the game, anywhere you play it, from grassroots, social bowls, country level, whatever, you want to see as many local businesses putting their brands up around the club and promoting and giving a bit back to the community, and then vice versa, the members get around that brand and support them. So that's how it works.
No, you'd be a big fan of what they offer too, because you're a man who loves his social media, and one thing you need when you're working in social media is quality, reliable internet, and that's what Superloop can provide. Head to the website, superloop.com, to find out a package and a plan that will suit you. And obviously in these times with cost of living, any dollars you can save on necessities like the internet for your streaming and your social media is well worth pursuing. So great to have them on board.
And everyone will be doing their tax at the moment too, just checking their all their different bills, and the internet and the phone, everything just comes back to bite you sometimes when you sift through all those little bills.
Yeah.
So, it's great having brands like that on board. But even just, I love the fact a company like Exodus, that stemmed from the owner playing bowls and then getting heavily involved in the game, and then you see Exodus everywhere, and then I see their trucks all over the road, so it's just great.
So early stages of this second end, Superloop off to a good start here through Lee Stinson, just working a couple close, holding first and second shot. Very early stages, of course, of this second end.
Yeah, all 4 bowls so far, right down the spine of the rink, right down the middle, which is telling you that hand's quite reliable. Nico's just going to slide under. That's a nice reply after his first 2. So the beauty about that too, it's fairly hidden, that bowl of Nico's. So Lee can actually get on the mat with his first and play quite confidently that Nick's bowl will stay. There's a bit of hide and seek going on a lot in this format, because you're trying to chase the jack with the 3 points, but you also don't want to put your bowl in a vulnerable position.
So the winner of this quarterfinal will await the winner of our derby, the Deer Park derby, if you will, with blue taking on gold in the final quarterfinal matchup of the 4. I won't dwell on it for too long, Baz, but obviously we're watching Superloop. They're the side that bundled you out in those preliminary finals. 77-40, it looks obviously like it was a pretty dominant victory. I know it went down to the 5th and final end. How'd the game unfold? And obviously a little disappointing from the Dandenong Club's point of view, but obviously something to work on for event 2.
Yeah, so we held an ultimate end, second last end. So we're standing out of the barrel of 18 shots, obviously to go in front playing the last. And Tomo came down, hit his nearest bowl up for shot, and then wiggled in for 2. So we've gone from scoring 18 to scoring 3. And they've gone from scoring 3 to scoring 18. So 15. So that's how quick it changes. So we've gone from a decent little lead going the last end to losing the game, what looks bad on paper. But
no, that's right.
But so that was a really telling moment, because Gary and I both played a really good end to hold those 3, but Tomo came up with the goods and we couldn't sort of recover in the last end. But we're seeing a lot of games throughout all the pool matches, a lot of games determined by a similar result. There'll be a change throughout an end somewhere across the 5 ends of the match where you might have been laying a 15 or an 18, and all of a sudden you drop an 18, and that's just the format. So, which keeps you on your toes, and that's where you want to be.
Yeah, it's a fascinating part of this concept, this scoring system. Over the course of 5 ends, 60 bowls, if it goes the maximum, are delivered, and it can literally take just that one crucial bowl at a key moment to completely flip the complexion of a scoreboard and momentum. And you don't get a lot of time to build momentum in 5 ends, so when you get it, you've got to make the most of it.
Well, a lot of people say you're always a chance, and that's true, because there's a big number, but then you're also never safe.
No.
So Tomo a bit stiff there, especially if he's down. Yes, I know he's tapped that bowl in, but he's still holding 1. And then you got the swapping of the bowls, so you're changing quite regularly from different colours. Some people struggle with the adaptability of a different colour bowl or a different sort of slightly feel of a bowl in their hand. So that's all really important. Since the inception of UBC, we're finding more players are bringing their own bowls along now, as opposed to the pool bowls, which is fine. Great shot, Leroy. Perfect speed, so just didn't overplay it with the weight there. That was the key to that shot. or else that jack would have sprung back further and could have risked going down.
Yeah, so it's probably a good point you raised there too, Baz, regarding equipment and bowlers' equipment effectively is their bowls. That's the most important part. It's cricket bat to a batsman and golf clubs to a golfer. And yeah, you obviously train and you become accustomed to the feel of, and there are a lot of subtle differences with a variety of lawn bowls. So having your own set, that familiarity, certainly is going to help with your confidence going into big events like this.
Yeah, the famous, well, it's just going to slide past. What an effort from Tomo. You probably can't think of more famous. So what's that? That's blue. We'll soon find out.
Yeah.
A famous example of that would be Tiger Woods and his Scotty Cameron putter. He's pretty much used that for 20-odd years. And
you think of the technology changes in golf too along the way, and he's stuck fat with that, yeah.
If someone told him, sorry, you've got to use this orange or blue putter in the next major.
Yeah.
I reckon he'd be trying to replicate his Scotty Cameron somehow as quick as he could. But we're quite lucky with manufacturers these days. With the technology, like you say, we're very confident when we look down at our bowl in our hand that we're confident it's going to get the job done.
So it's got a little hold up here. I know the first shot of this third end has been laid down by Lee Stinson, but just waiting for the scoreboard to update from the conclusion of end 2. I think there might have been a freeze up on the little score pads, the touch pads we have here. It's all the technology is brilliant, but it's not immune to the occasional hiccup. Gives us a little pause, though, Baz. Let's talk about a couple of things going on in your world.
Yep.
Bless Bowling. I want to hear more about it. I think last time I spoke to you on this coverage back at a previous event, we were talking Blessed Wines and sampled a little bit of those up on the Gold Coast. Saw them in a few bowls clubs up there. That's great. But Bless Bowling, tell us more, please.
Yeah, so I registered Blessed as a business name many years ago as my brand name, and there's sort of many facets to it, but the real core is my coaching. So I'm out on the road, so I've got clinics coming up in Victoria, Tasmania, so I'm very versatile. I did one in Adelaide a couple of months ago, so I move around with my clinics, so I'll travel anywhere, but ideally, as soon as I get an inquiry and then that I lock away that particular job, I'll try and do 4 or 5 others in the area. So.
Are you targeting youngsters, specific age group, older players, just anyone who's got an interest in the game, really?
Just any club, from a club's perspective. Yep. So I go in and help the club try and achieve better in their number one product, which is pennant. So I really try and help them with their playbook and their competition manual, see what that looks like, from players' responsibilities, player behaviours, cultures, all that. So drive a lot of that under their playbook banner. I go from sort of, instead of a team going, I hope we do well in pennant this year, we'll actually draw out a game plan, know all your roles and responsibilities, and work on your club culture inside the 4 walls, and then go out and try to aspire to achieve that, and as opposed to just trying to look to play well and win a flag, and hopefully something is good enough to get it done. So that's a big part of it. And then if juniors are in the club or juniors are in the area want to come along, and then individuals while I'm in the area want to get a one-on-one session, they can as well. But I get the drone up and I do a bit of videography of the club and give them some marketing material to use, photo and video, help them with their socials. So I do a bit of bit of club help stuff, which I did for years working for Bowls Australia. And then so that's my real passion. But also I've got my bowl show coming up later this year, Barefoot with Bless. So that's a bowl show where I interview celebrities, sports stars, media personalities, influencers over a game of barefoot
Love
bowls.
it. Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, I've seen similar concepts with golf, getting celebrities and that out on the golf course where you can chat about the sport, you chat a bit about life, but I love finding out the origins of how people certainly fall into certain sports, some that you might not expect, and I think what you say about the impact and the input you're giving to clubs is great, because sometimes club success, it can come about in a variety of ways, and we often look at things like pennant, titles and that sort of thing. But to have an outside set of eyes come in doesn't necessarily mean anything you offer as a suggestion is going to be right in the long run, but it just gives another perspective, because we can be a little insular and think, well, it's our way or the highway, and because we've had success in the past, it's going to mean success down the track. But you come in, have a look at it with a fresh set of eyes, and I think, it's good, and just giving back too a little bit. So obviously something you're very passionate about. Yeah,
and I can't recommend it any higher than from a board or a committee's perspective. Sometimes you just got to go walk out the front of your club and just look in and ask yourself, what would you expect to see when you walk inside, and what would you expect to receive, in the club, out the club, from a bowler's perspective, from a staff perspective, and like you say, I come in, I just say this is
Yep.
my feel and this is my view on the outside. I do a lot of study on the club before I get there, and the community, population projections, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I just try and input some stuff that could work for them. But yeah, getting back to the bowl show, people like Joel Selwood, his old man Bryce Selwood, lives and breathes lawn bowls. You got Billy Swan, Dane's old man.
Yeah, right.
So you got so many people out there of a celebrity or great shot, Lee Schreiner. That'll be enough for 1, 2 down to 1 up. That's a big turnaround.
Yep.
And just what it does is my show will help market to the broader public that these people are out there playing the game and that you should get out and give it a go yourself. So it'll be over a game of barefoot in a very relaxed environment, but it just it markets the sport, and that's my number one objective.
Well, yeah, I know from my own personal experience, but also speaking to others in my age demographic, that's a nice reply there from Shawnee Thompson as well.
Only had to fall over, and he would have some chalk.
Whittlesea 40, leading Superloop Challengers 11, so in a dominant position, but still a bit to play out here in this third end as Lee Schreiner prepares to deliver his final bowl. That for a lot of those people in probably even younger than my demographic, that's how they find the sport, but through barefoot bowls, after work functions, Christmas functions, and they go, you know what, this might be more than just a bit of a novelty. I wouldn't mind giving this a crack on a weekend, or just maybe getting mates together on a weekly basis to go down and have a roll. It's a great sort of avenue and a pathway into the sport. So
yeah,
platforms. What are you looking at doing the show through?
Straight onto YouTube and then
yep.
across all socials. And I've met with some states. Bowls Australia's backing it.
Yep.
So yeah, because the number one idea and concept is just to promote the game firstly. But I'm just using a different method, and that's people that actually like to get out there in their spare time and get a few of them to put it on their socials. You see if Tomo can just crack an egg here.
It's a fair effort, isn't it?
Well,
Look, that's mighty.
Lee's bowl state's standing up.
He gets the 3 for the touch. It's amazing to find that gap there, and just brilliant. But ultimately, whether it's going to... No, I don't think it has, but he gets the touch of 50 to 22. So the margin is 28. It's not insurmountable, but Whittlesea in a very strong spot here after 3 completed ends. I'll give you a little bit of thinking music on this, Baz, obviously with the barefoot concept, and I know you're a lover of other sports outside of lawn bowls. If you could pick an athlete, I'll ask you, one, an Australian athlete, either current or former, and an international athlete, current or former, that you would love to get out on a green and go for a barefoot bowl with. Have a little bit of a think about it as we watch this fourth end open up here. For me,
it's definitely Cody Simpson. So just seeing him part of the Commonwealth Games team last year.
Yeah.
Gone from a world-renowned singer, Gold Coast boy, goes to Hollywood.
Unique pathway,
He teams up with he teams up with Justin Bieber, and he becomes a bit of a Hollywood sensation over there, and then now he's back swimming for Australia. So that story is just so unique. Like, who can tell a story like that?
Yeah, I can't think of anything that compares.
And I'd love to have him tell me that story, how it all come about over a game of barefoot bowls.
Yeah,
so.
we've seen athletes become actors or performers, singers. Very rarely goes the other way. Nothing that springs to mind that certainly an actor or a singer becomes a world class, and that's what he is, a world class athlete. So
that's right.
Yeah, that's a good one. That would be a great episode, I reckon, just to hear how it all sort of unfolded, how it came about.
And then I went to a golf networking day down in Torquay a few months ago, and there was Dermot Burrett and Robert Dipper-Medico and
Big Dip.
Yeah, and his name, the Flying Dutchman from the Essendon.
Oh, Paul Vanderhaar.
Paul Vanderhaar was there.
Yep.
Anyway, I got chatting to Paul Vanderhaar, and he said, Barry, I'll come on your show, no doubt about it. And he said, but I want to play Dermy. Because apparently they used to get in a bit of a bit.
Well, the Hawthorn-Essendon rivalry of the 80s is folklore, and he was the wild man, Paul Vanderhaar.
Yes.
And then you've got Dermot, who, as we know, little bit of white line fever, old Dermot, the best of times. But yeah, that would be a fantastic episode. Having those two talk about their battles over a game of barefoot would be superb. Whittlesea again looking solid here. That's
great from Nick. They really need to try and hang on to a number here. Just to shut the game down. But if Lee can just get some chalk and win the crossover, they're still in the hunt. But they're the stories in amongst it. But when I speak to these people like Dermy, they've all played barefoot bowls. They've all been to a bowls club and they love the game because the product of bowls is such a great product, and we know these people love to play it. And it's just trying to market that and get it out to the broader public. And so it's a bit. I love my golf. You know, Paul Gow, how good is golf? The show there, and
Yep.
you know, the episode that really touched me a few months ago. I watched it with my wife Miranda. It was quite emotional actually, just seeing Warnie on the show. You know, and it sort of nearly brought a tear to the eye just sort of seeing Warnie get interviewed, and because he tells that story about hitting that hole in one at the 16th of Augusta. It's just a great story.
Yeah,
the back pin on a Wednesday or something. So
which to this day no one's ever done. Incredible.
Yeah, so there's some great characters out there, and then you just got media personalities and that love to get out there.
Well,
musicians.
I saw the Gowie episode. I don't know if it's been released yet. I know a snippet certainly has. Andy Marr, one of my former colleagues on SEN, was playing around. Him and Andrew Gaze with Gowie, and he's cracked the hole in one off of there. They've filmed it and running up to the green and looks in the hole, and off they go. So. There's a big drive there.
Oh, he's deadly. Now he's gone from nearly game over to a chance now. Sit the ball
keeps
for
him
3.
In it. Yep.
That drive is a weapon.
It doesn't miss Shawnee Thompson.
Yeah, he's a good fella, Andy. He loves his golf. Yeah,
yes.
Sure does.
Yep.
And then you got, so many of the athletes, the Storm boys, I know, I've seen a few golf charity days. And so there's a lot of people, and just lucky to obviously play in a few comp games, shake a few hands, rub a few shoulders with people. And the people I've reached out to so far have been really receptive to the concept. Great shot.
That is brilliant. So Lee Schreiner, as expected, comes up big with a response there. Another 3 points to Whittlesea, and it's just starting to get to that almost unreachable territory. There's a couple of big bowls coming up here, almost to decide whether we'll require a 5th and final end. So let's see what the Superloop can do through Shawnee Thompson.
Yeah, he's got to try and disturb it, and if he doesn't, the plan B is to get back and get to the tee. Lee needs it. Ask him to get down. He wants to stay on now.
Geez, it's not a bad effort. Not a bad effort at all. He clears one out.
Yeah, it's tough.
He's got another bowl to come. So let's see what Lee Schreiner can do. Shortly, Baz, I'll get you to mention those sort of contact details, how people can reach you, particularly for the bowling clinics and that sort of thing. And obviously, we'll be keeping a very close eye out for the Barefoot series when that arrives. Is it sort of an ETA for that early next year, later in the year?
Yeah, we're just locking in venues. So the venues I've met with, Pine Rivers, Richmond, Middle Park in Melbourne, they're great locations because I can work with Victorian Institute of Sport athletes and I can talk about their sport, and then we can go down to Middle Park Bowls Club, so it's nice and close. So if I'm interviewing a swimmer, I can interview on poolside, and then we go down to the Bowls Club. And then Richmond Union's where I play in Melbourne, and same thing, great location. I know Dusty and a few other Richmond boys have been down there for a game. So if Ralph Carr's kind enough to answer my calls,
tell you what,
met Ralph a couple of times. He's a bit of a legend.
That'd be a ratings winner if you get Dusty barefoot having a roll.
Yeah, Dusty's right up there. Don't worry.
So I think if that score's correct, looks as though it's moved to 72-27. I'm not sure they need another end, so I think they're all done. I think they're going to get the...
No, got to play it out because isn't the toucher comp still alive? Or
no, it's not.
It
no. The touches ended at the preliminaries.
Oh, there you go.
Yep. Won't reveal the winner of that, but that's all done and dusted. So there you go. That's the quarterfinal, a pretty convincing one. Whittlesea, who certainly coming into these finals were one of the favourites to take it out. They progressed through. They'll await the winner of the blue and gold of Deer Park. They're going to meet in the last of the quarterfinals. That's to follow shortly. But pretty comprehensive. Whittlesea are just in great form at the moment, and clearly Nick and Lee are seeing it well, and they march through to a semi-final. They're going to be a tough nut to crack, aren't they?
They are, and what I liked about it was Nick gave Leroy clear and clean chances to the head, so he drew a couple of flat knockers there, Leroy, but there's nothing in his way, nothing stopping him from doing what he can do best, and that's what really the key to a front end in any format is yes, you want to get close, but you've also got to make sure you stay out of your teammates' way, and there's no better advice out there for front-end players.
So we will have blue v gold, Deer Park, both sides making their way through to a quarter-final. I'm sure our man Mark Casey would have maybe liked them to be on the opposite side of the draw, maybe an all-final matchup, but at least one of them will be through to the semi-final. As I touched on, Baz, so look, the website, I'm sure all the details are there, barrylester.com.au, but specifically if they want to find you on the email, barry@barefootwithblessed.com.au. I'm sure we'll get this up on our socials as well. And then the coaching side of things, which I'm particularly keen on, barry@blessedcoaching, BLEST, coaching.com.au.
Thanks,
all the details are there, mate. No, not a problem at all. we'll get you to hang around for this next quarter-final. It won't be too far away. A couple of other dot points that I've been told that were worth a chat. Now, don't know if the two, I assume the two are exclusive. Thongs.
Yes.
Thongs. What's going on with thongs? I assume of the footwear variety?
Yeah, so I saw this really cool Instagram page, would have been early last year, Boomerangs thongs, boomerangs with the Z.
Yep.
And you can't bust a plug. How good's that? So at the bottom of the thong, it goes into a boomerang, so it can't bust, it can't unplug.
Yep.
So I wrote to them and we collaborated, and I've been doing a bit of work with them recently, and they're such a great Australian-owned business, and everyone wears thongs.
Oh, they do, yeah.
But even better, they're really biodegradable. They got arch support, which, I don't want to mention other brands, but majority of anyone wearing thongs out there, if you don't have arch support, you're probably letting yourself down walking a lot of time in flat thongs. But yeah, Boomerangs, check them out. They're great quality thongs. You can design your own on the website, and yeah, to be able to do some work with them. And we're going to get some UBC thongs made up, UBC branded ones.
Nice.
Franchises
Yeah.
can make some branded ones.
Superb.
You can colour them, logo them, do whatever you like. So Boomerangs thongs, they're great, and as I said, not only great for your feet and with that arch support, but they're really good sustainability-wise.
So here we have Deer Park, Blue, Nathan Bush, Shannon McElroy, Aaron Wilson. It will be, I think, Aaron and Shannon who will be leading the way for Deer Park Blue. And they're up against Deer Park Gold, who have just had a wonderful event one, dominant in their side of the draw. Jay by Norris, James Pearce and Ryan Tainton. So it'll be Ryan and Jay that will be doing the work here for Deer Park Gold. If you are tuning in via the stream, don't readjust your set. I know they look very similar, but yeah, they are very much different teams, but representing the Deer Park label, of course, here at Warilla for this 2023 UBC tournament. And this should be a cracker. If I put you on the spot again, Baz, if you're picking a winner here.
Yeah. Well, it's not easy, but it's we played against Deer Park this morning on the rink, not Shannon, but we played against Jay by Norris and James Pearce. So yeah, they were on fire. So they were rock solid. And James Pearce played, just same thing on the jack, or just making it hard for the opposition skip to access the head. So, but yeah, both quality players up front. Rhino's really entrenched himself as a skipper there at Deer Park, and Shannon McElroy, world champion, still the reigning current world champions singles medalist from 2016 there in Christchurch. Because of COVID, world champs have been pushed back to end of this month, 29th of August. So that's all happening up there on the Gold Coast across 5 venues. That's going to be brilliant. And Shannon McElroy's been a long servant for New Zealand, not in the team at the moment, but player to reckon with. And then you got the class of Jay by Norris, prolific winner across many disciplines, not only in Victoria, but even when he travels interstate. And then you got Disco Tech, the Bendigo boy. Well, he's born in St Arnaud.
Yeah, we'll claim him.
Yeah, we'll claim him.
He's in.
His first club was Bendigo.
Yeah, that's right. He's in that anywhere in the 100-kilometre radius. Just until you hit Ballarat. We don't want anyone from Ballarat. We're happy for anyone in that 100-kilometre radius around Bendigo, and we will claim them. So
he's got a little bit of Herbert about him, the golfer.
Yeah, Lucas Herbert.
Lucas Herbert, Disco. They've got just got some similarities there. So I don't know if they're long-lost brothers or bloodline brothers or something, but.
It wasn't the years you refer. Is it the years? Lucas got a fair set of wing nuts on him.
He's got a decent wing there on him, and one's sort of. But yeah, what a golfer he is too.
Yeah, well, both very talented athletes.
Chops down on the ball beautifully.
Yeah, and going very nicely overseas. He's had some amazing results, Lucas Herbert, and both perennial winners at the Bendigo Sports Star of the Year Awards, which I host. I'm very lucky to host every February. One day I'll actually get to hand them an award, because every time Aaron, he's actually not only won a few monthlies, he's actually won the overall a couple of times. Never there, because he's over gallivanting across the globe, playing in tournaments. And likewise, as you can imagine, with Lucas Herbert, the life of an international pro golfer. I reckon they get home for maybe 1 week a year at best. So, no doubt they'll be once again up in the nominations next Feb for the 2023 awards.
It does want to open it up. Well, it just...
Yeah.
We say it's a game of millimetres. Shannon McElroy has played a cracker front toucher, and he's come down there and just peeled it open and undone his good work, because these guys at this ability, this head's going to change now. You know what I mean? It went from what are we going to do to now we know what we're going to do. So... J-Bar will be, I reckon there'll be some aggression shown here. Might play just to stay on, though.
So Blue with the lead shot and also a toucher. They open the scoring in this fourth quarterfinal, 6-0, early days. J-By Norris for gold. Sends this one to the back.
Yeah, so
to
just
hit the tee, just past that.
Yeah, that contingency bowl is huge. I talked about my coaching earlier. I set up a lot of contingency heads at coaching clinics about, what is the plan B of every delivery? Nominate the plan B, because if you miss your intended target or you miss what you're trying to do, you've got to understand that there is an important contingency after that.
Yep.
And that's what J-By's achieved. He's achieved a back bowl, so if he wants to increase his weight, he knows if he gets Jack in the pit, he's got another option up his sleeve. Still playing the hard weight, though. No, bit of a shake of the head there, just not getting down for him. So 2 attempts with the hard weight. I think he has to go with his last.
So crowd just starting to build nicely here too. On a Monday, it's obviously the first night of finals of 3 events, so we'll be here until Friday. If you're in the area, we'd love to see you down here at the Warilla Sports Club, the Bowls Club. Plenty of room, seating available, obviously full bar facilities, and you can grab a bite to eat while you're here as well. As Aaron Wilson tracking this down, he's put this into a beautiful little spot just to have that safety
perfect.
and the guarantee of, well, at the moment, all 3 shot bowls. He's got 1 to come as well. So this is a big delivery, this from J-By Norris.
He's stalking this one. He needs Jack out of there or bowl solid.
Oh, great effort.
He's might still be 2 down, though.
Yeah, I think
That's that hard weight. I didn't think he'd play that hard weight again, because the Jack hangs around, whereas if he plays quicker, it pushes back further.
Yeah, and not only, well, so as you've touched on there, Baz, first and second down, but he's given Aaron plenty of real estate here to slide in a third. And we could be looking at a Superloop ultimate end to get things started for Blue.
Just needs to run.
It's getting there. It's getting there. I think it's done enough. We'll wait and see that. I'll have a close look. Certainly no issues with the first shot and the second shot, so I think we're just going to take a look at third. 2 they've called. 2 is the call.
So 5 out of 6 effective bowls for the blue team there. So it's a big start.
21-3 the score, thanks to Superloop and Sports Centre. Looking $1 million, our athletes across the 6 days here, thanks to sportscentre.com.au. They do everything from polos to shorts, and they'll elevate your club style into the 2023-24 summer season. Make sure you check them out at sportscentre.com.au.
So Shannon so far, backhand around the clock. Clear tactic of his. He must find it kind. Yeah, nice shot on that particular hand. It's good to chat to the locals too. If you can get around, well, I don't know if Corey and Teasy and all that be selling what the rinks are doing too much, but yeah, if you can get around a few of the locals and just say, hey, what's your thoughts on this particular rink and so on, a little bit of inside knowledge never hurts. And you'll find within the surrounds over the next day or two, there'll be a handful of members that know literally every rink and how they roll. So that all that information goes a long way.
Yeah, no, a little bit of inside info.
Yeah.
You never know. There's that little sliver of gold, that little nugget that could just be the difference between, obviously, a good game and one that's just so-so. He wasn't too happy with that out of the hand, Shannon.
Speaking of gold, we've got Amity Bickley, young girl, only 17, just won the junior nugget 2 weeks ago over there on the beanbags. Great to see Amity in the competition. And, what a future I've had a fair bit to do with Amity since about 10 years of age, doing some coaching.
Right. Yep.
And, great to see her win the junior nugget in her last year as a junior. So, not only good for Amity, good for her club, but good for Victorian bowls to promote and use her as a bit of an example that juniors can go on and do big things, and she'll be great for the sport moving forward.
Guess it's a little leading question without having to go into the absolute finite detail that I'm sure you do when you're looking after the youngsters, Baz, but what would be your key bit of advice to any youngsters listening, but particularly parents of prospective young bowlers, when it comes to their training early days? What do you really stress upon them to focus in on and getting themselves comfortable while they're standing on the mat?
Yeah, I think no matter what sport you watch, and I look at my mother-in-law, she was a professional diver. She represented England in the Commonwealth Games. And I look at diving. It's all routine. You know, from the moment they're standing right at the back to the walk up to the arms out, it's all routine. You watch Tiger Woods looking over a putt. He does the 360. You know, Cameron Smith puts his his left hand on on his left thigh. You know, and it's all routine. So the more you can work on your routine and then get comfortable in what works for you in terms of that routine, then when you're in a pressure environment, you know that your routine's going to hold up.
You can rely on that, yeah,
so,
exactly.
So whether most juniors, if they want to do well in the sport and go on and do bigger things, you look at any of these bowlers here or most athletes across the world, anything they do, their routine will be the backbone of what they do. So that's a big one. And the other one's probably body and mind, just those two things, making sure if you want to be better at anything, e.g. bowls, golf, like I'm really getting into golf at the moment, I'm studying up.
Yep.
I'm studying on grip, I'm studying on equipment, I'm studying. So I want to be better, so I've got to study. Oh, lucky result there. J-Boy about 4 or 5 bowls off target. So if you want to be a better bowler, learn the ins and outs of the game. And
ask questions, I think, too, particularly around your local club. There's a wealth of experience, as we know, with the older fraternity. You don't have to take all of it as gospel, but it doesn't hurt to ask a question. What a response there, Aaron Wilson, too, with a toucher, just to add 3 more to the tally for Deer Park Blue.
And like you got YouTube now, you can watch hundreds of videos and watch some of the best players in the world. Why did they play that shot and how do they go about it? You can read books. You can do anything. You can, and then podcasts for mental toughness, all that stuff. So if he pops the jack here, he's made, gee, that went a long way.
It did really.
Might still be 2, though.
Squirted forward a little bit more than maybe he'd expected, but
2 it is.
Yeah, so this game tightening up a little bit here. One to come for each of our skips before this second end is concluded. 24-6 the score in favour of Blue. It's Deer Park Blue, of course. Here's the drive from Aaron Wilson, and he hasn't hit it. So now still an opportunity here, perhaps for a Superloop ultimate end for Deer Park Gold if J-Bye can just slide this one inside the Deer Park Blue nearest bowl.
Yeah, big turnaround.
Bit to work with there too. So,
like Disco will be thinking, wow, I can't believe we're 2 down, but how they are 2 down. Poor J-Bye, well, not poor J-Bye, but he's the one that got the result. But that's the game, to flick that bowl off, and then they could potentially get a 3 here.
Yeah, and this is trending beautifully. In it comes. Superloop ultimate end. So that is a big result for Deer Park Gold. And she's all square after 2 ends, thanks to Superloop. Stream more and store less with their 1 GB plan, $99 a month. Switch to Superloop, refresh your internet, superloop.com. And this quarterfinal is well and truly up for grabs.
Yeah, 24, it's my favourite number. That's when I was born, on the 24th. 24 all. That's what you want to see. You want to see a tight match like the game 2 games before, the Warilla match.
Yeah, that was a belter. It was an absolute cracker. It was Warilla edging it 64-62. They'll take on Exodus Blue in the first semi-final, which will follow this match. We'll have a little bit of a pause after these quarters. What a nice start there too from Ryan Tainton to this third end. He gets a toucher, and Deer Park Gold, from being staring down the barrel of a reasonable deficit, now find themselves 3 points to the good.
Yeah, and a back hopper almost. So, automatic 3 points and potential crossover. But
a lover of a lot of sports, as I touched on, Baz. I don't know where world football, I know you're a big Chelsea fan, but particularly the Women's World Cup on, and we know our Matildas are in action tonight. It's going to be fascinating up against Denmark. We've seen some big guns go out of the tournament, so it's a real opportunity there for the Matildas. We know one of the real galvanising and popular national sporting teams we have, so I think 8 o'clock that gets underway tonight. We'll be in the midst of some finals action, but imagine there'll be plenty of eyeballs firmly fixed to the Matildas and our streaming coverage as well.
Yeah, I love the elite exposure component. Instead of a big event being played at one venue over a week or two, these elite level players are playing across all the states, getting and kids out there, and even people, sport lovers, can access them and go and actually watch them play and don't have to travel interstate. I love my golf. I went over to Adelaide early in the year, saw the Live.
For Live, yeah.
To see the inaugural event in Australia, I was just blown away by not only just the quality of golf and the big name golfers, but a lot of the things that went on behind, you know, the activity areas, the cross promotion. You know, people went to the golf to see a DJ. And then all of a sudden, people are leaving the golf going, wow, how good's golf? I'm going to take golf up.
But they attract fans for life off the back of it, you know. Yeah.
So that multi-purpose cross-promotion, I'm going to go see Fisher play the DJ. Wait a minute, I'm actually watch some golf
Bit of golf follow me. Yep.
Gee, this is pretty cool. I like it. I might go give it a go. So that's another method you can use for multiple sports. But, yeah, love my sport. Just bought a new Sterling Chelsea top. Love my Ds. We're second on the ladder.
Tracking all right, Melbourne. My mob Collingwood gets them maybe going the other way. A bit of bad news over the last 48 hours. But it's going to be a fascinating September when it comes to the footy finals because you look at that top four, but you probably suggest there's a few sides outside of that are making good runs. Carlton and the Western Bulldogs up and about. So, looking forward to September unfolding. And just on your beloved Chelsea, how do you fancy their chances coming into the season?
Yeah, well, the list isn't completely sorted yet, but at least our coaching is, because I was a big Thomas Tuchel fan, and when we won Champions League, I thought he was the man, but him and our coach, him and our owner fell out. So
he's cutthroat over there, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's personalities and
Pochettino's come over and he's brought his coaching staff. So looking forward to what he can bring, and so I don't mind getting up 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning to watch my Chelsea boys. So it's a great game. I'll go there. I think it's the greatest sport in the world. Behind bowls, of course.
Yes.
But for me, I just love the technical aspect, and I love how you work so hard to score. It's not easy to score, and I think that's even makes it a beautiful part of the sport. Yeah,
I kind of grew up in the code with my father being of Welsh descent and coming over when he was 15, and a lot of my friends used to always run out the old, well, how can you enjoy a game that can finish 0-0 after 90 minutes? And I always struggled to explain to them that that's the reason why I love it, because it can be 0-0 for 89 of those 90 minutes and you're still in the game with a minute to play, and you can have the highest of highs or the lowest of lows, and I get why it has its drawbacks to some, but I dare say if it was a choice between that and any other sport, it's probably still my number. I've been to a couple of World Cups as well, and there's no greater event outside of probably the Olympics, and I know your experiences with Commonwealth Games, those multi-sport environments, but for just a one-out sporting event, the World Cup is second to none. So, I highly recommend if anyone gets the chance to get to one. And I think the next one's in the States, Mexico and Canada. I know for a fact it is, because I'm counting down the days. But, it's fantastic as we just check in with what's happening here. Yeah,
Disco's going backhand, forehand.
Yeah.
Oh, stiff. Shannon, I can believe he got down for that hole. But to go backhand touch or forehand nearly touch, that's class. But, J-Boy hasn't got a lot going for him here with the draw outside of a flat toucher. But might be a little lurker on the back end. Yeah. I think he'll play the open hand forehand.
First and third with blue at the moment. Gold with a 3-shot lead with a bowl apiece to come in this crucial third end, this fourth quarter final. At the feeling it's going to go right down to the wire. And absolutely anyone's game at the moment. So
good line, just a bit heavy.
So first, looks as though they've just adjusted that. So, first and third with blue. Final say in this end will be with Aaron Wilson. So can he improve their position? Maybe get them 15 as opposed to 13 as it stands at the moment. Deer Park looking at 5.
Needs to get down. Aaron Wilson, great shot. Oh.
Does it tip in? Yeah, I think they're just going to say the 2 there, so they're seemingly pretty happy with it. Yeah, just we'll wait for the confirmation. Out comes the measure.
Big difference, isn't it? 2 or 1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those 2 shots at 15 points is massive. So,
obviously, you've got commitments over the next 4 days here in Warilla. But what's beyond that for you, Baz, as you look to the calendar and your commitments coming up?
Yeah, World Championships, doing the commentary there for the 2 weeks or 10 days. So looking forward to that. Obviously would love to be out there playing, but can't wait to cheer on the Jackaroos from the commentary box and see my extended family win some gold medals for the country. And some of the players debuting, I'm really excited about representing Australia at their first major, either be a Com Games or a World Championship. So that's great. And some of these players I've seen growing up over the years. So to see a guy like Teasy, I know Corey played Com Games last year, but Teasy and Dawn Heyman and that. So. Yeah, really excited for them, and I know how hard they've worked, and the World Champs is our Olympics of bowls, and I was honoured to play in the last one, and know what a buzz it is to get out there and mix it with the best, and can't wait to see them do their thing, and I have to be the fence sitter in the commentary box. But, obviously deep down inside, I'll be cheering, and be just good to be around the players too, and just see them going about their stuff. And being one of the team leaders in the Jackaroos squad, I'm really pleased on how the players have gone about it. And like I said, I know how hard they've worked. And you touched on it before about never being home. Well, yeah, quite often it's empty the suitcase, do a load of washing, pack the suitcase and head off again. And that's the grind, but hopefully they get their rewards.
Yep, no, good luck to all of them in competition and competing and representing the country with great distinction. It must be just an incredible thrill to pull on the green and gold. And Barry, you've walked in those footsteps, and good luck with the commentary duties as well, mate, because I suppose it's the next best thing if you're not actually out there competing. To be there covering it from a commentary point of view is still a pretty good gig to have. So I'm sure you'll nail it.
I think it's a bowling festival as well. So the ceremonies and stuff. I remember the opening ceremony for the World Bowls in Christchurch 2016. I still remember the Maori voices of the singing and the welcoming to the city of Christchurch, and walking the streets, Mark Casey carrying the Australian flag.
Yep.
And so I think of all the ceremony stuff and that. And when people ask me what's it like to play in the Com Games, quite often I don't really talk about the bowls, I remember in 2018 there was, I think that was Samoan, and just sitting there on the footpath playing island music, and singing like in a hum and with instruments. And I'm like, it brings a tear to your eye just to hear and see that. So much that goes on outside, and it is really a festival of bowls, those major events. Yeah,
it's a really salient point you raised, because I mean, when people ask me regarding World Cups, FIFA World Cups, what's it like? It's the football is one element of it, but as I always try and explain to people, from my point of view, it's that melting pot of having it'll be 48 at the next World Cup, but 32 nations converge on the one place.
Yes.
And the cultural differences and the appreciation, the friendships you make from it, from people that you may never have ever crossed paths with in your life, and you may never again, just for that 2-week or 3-week period. And just the learnings you make from it, you see the passion and just how much people get from it. As I said, until you actually live it yourself and experience it, it's hard to put into words. So it's something I hope everyone gets the opportunity to do at least once in their life.
That's almost perfect for Aaron. He's not only got shot, but you'd like to think he's locked in. But that lead shot turns it into a 6-shot deficit to Deer Park, with Ryan Tatum playing 3 really good lead bowls, and J-By just trying to touch the jack through to his catches. So it's really game on here. It might look like 6 shots, but it's really nothing. It's only one bowl. It's only one result. Yeah,
we know it can turn around pretty quick. Plenty of eyeballs watching on the stream on Facebook too. So to those watching on, great to have you with us. Hope you're enjoying these quarterfinals, and plenty still to come, with Exodus Blue Warilla Gorillas up next in semi-final number 1, and the Whittlesea Eagles are awaiting the winner of this Deer Park Derby. And they are, I reckon, going to be pretty hard to nudge.
Yeah,
mind you, Warilla will have the home crowd support behind them. And Exodus Blue aren't going too bad themselves. So either way, we're in for a treat with 2 great semi-finals.
Needs Jack. Wow, what
just
an effort.
Yep.
Yeah, I think just chatting with Teasy earlier, the Henry Wedlock combination was going well. So I don't know if they might still change things up. I don't know, but
and I also wonder, that the way they won against the Point in that quarterfinal, going right down to the wire, just that real confidence boost you get from that. The adrenaline rush might be enough to really propel them, and they're going to have to be at their best against Exodus, as we've seen with Omar and it was Nick in the quarterfinal. They're just they're playing really well. Have really since this morning just been almost unbeatable. And speaking with Omar on the commentary, just he's in a good spot, feeling pretty good out there on the green, and certainly as well this TV rink. See what Aaron's got here. It's currently holding shot blue.
So sorry Ben, I really want to talk about this. So
go for it.
Everyone around the world widely regards Aaron Wills as arguably the quickest on the mat, but that there, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly how you play the game of bowls. He has just taken his time. He's we were talking about routine earlier. He really listened to the detailed communication from Shannon, thought about all the what ifs. What if the jack goes there? What if the jack goes there? Now, he can be the quickest player in the world, but you still need to stop, evaluate the situation, and then take in the information from your teammate and then execute your shot. So that was just brilliant for Disco to do that, because this is a big moment if J-Bye trails this jack out of there and it's just going to finish high. So that was great to see from someone that, you know, is widely regarded as arguably the quickest on the mat going around, but he assessed the moment brilliantly there.
Play the moment, that's right. Yeah,
that's
spot
right.
on. So 8 the margin as we head to the 5th and final end. And this one is well and truly up for grabs. The damage there effectively was only 2 for Deer Park Gold, as in they fell further back by 2 shots. But this has been a good little arm wrestle between both Deer Park sides. And now with Shannon McElroy launching from the mat into our 5th and final end to find out who will be the 4th and final side into our semi-finals. That's a solid start from Shannon. Goes to within about maybe 10 inches from the jack.
Yeah, Ryan's got to do one or two things here. He's got to either get a toucher or he's got to at least win the crossover. So no pressure. That just gets him up to 47. Narrows things a touch. So if he misses this heavy, say 4 or 5 feet, that's completely fine. They want to put bowls in the game because they're chasing games. So that there has got a lot more value than Shannon McElroy's, because they're chasing a number. Now Shannon, he beats Ryan's further back now. It's even good as well. So, toucher would be good. Staring at it. Fall inside the back one, that's really good.
Just notice a little bit of our roving camera work being done expertly by Rebecca Jelly. She's, for someone I don't think who's trained in camera operations, is doing a very, very good job. We'll get some more of that up close and
wouldn't like to know
live
the
action in
on something like
the
that.
semis. I wouldn't be carrying around an expensive bit of equipment like that. I can't even look after my own mobile phone half the time, let alone a camera of that size.
Oh, if he gets some chalk here, it's brilliant.
Done
He's
it.
got it. Well, so points are up for grabs. You've got to make the opportunity. So can potentially win the crossover here as well for another 3. And all of a sudden, there's only 2 in it.
Yeah, this is as we've expected, going right down to the wire. Blue were fast out of the blocks. Gold have just stuck in there. And
it's a good home.
Yeah, so it will be just a 2-shot margin as we head to the skips and a final end of this contest. Who will meet the Whittlesea Eagles in the second semi-final? Will it be Deer Park Blue? Will it be Deer Park Gold?
So as it lies at the moment, this is where, as a player, you start doing the math. So 47, you're 57. Well, what are they? You know, they're plus 8. So there's, so you're 3 down. All right, okay, we need to draw a second shot. That has to happen now before any discussion happens. So you're basically doing maths
on the fly, aren't you?
In your downtime all the time. So in a pennant environment or a lot of bowls environments, you've got 2 rolls in bowls. You've got to roll on the mat and you've got to roll off the mat. So when you've finished playing your bowls, what's your role then?
Yep.
What are you doing to contribute to the team environment? For this, you've got to be doing your maths. You've got to be assessing, so it just takes any extra added pressure or obstacles off the skipper's mind.
So as it stands now, let's assume no touches and this stays as it is. We would be going to effectively the old super over in cricket. We would be going to a bowl off, because
that's right.
At the moment, Deer Park Blue are accumulating 8.
Yes.
Deer Park Gold are accumulating 10 for the lead shot. That would square us up at 60 apiece. Now, obviously, still plenty to play out, so I'd be surprised if it ends like that, but it's setting up for a fascinating, nail-biting finish here. Aaron Wilson.
Last bowl, J-Bye. He might be the hero here.
That's not going to change anything.
No.
Right.
So J-Bye can get second shot. Then Aaron's got to play a clinker, but Aaron's down at the back.
I'm being selfish in wanting a bowl off, but I'm sure these two sides would just rather get it done here and now. I'm sure the crowd would love a bowl off. I haven't seen one yet.
I'll tell you what, needs to slow down.
It's just edging past him. No, it's going to pull up. Righto. So that gets first and third, I would think, with Deer Park Golds. That's enough for them at the moment. So now to Aaron Wilson.
Oh, he's a lot quicker than what Shannon asked for.
This is
Looks under.
to keep a minute.
Needs blue through bowl.
Oh,
That's all she wrote.
So I think they're going to shake on that, and they do. So, again, a cracking quarterfinal. But it is Deer Park Gold who go through on the balance of their campaign so far. You would say that's a reasonable result. They've been pretty strong and solid throughout, but in the end, a 65-55 win. They will go through now to take on the Whittlesea Eagles in that second semi-final. So our matchups, we've got the post section up on our screen now. You can see there in the first semi-final, Exodus Blue will take on the home side, the Warilla Gorillas, for a spot in that final of Event 1. And Whittlesea, again, and the match just completed, will take on Deer Park Gold. There you go. All set up for what should be a cracking couple of hours. We're going to take a short break now just to reset and get organised for these semi-finals. Can't wait. Baz, thank you for your time here on the mic, mate. You can go back and relax now and get yourself a good night's sleep later on for a big event too. Obviously, the Dandenong Club will be back in it with yourself and
Got the morning off, we do.
Have you? Oh,
yeah,
good.
1:30 start. I think we're out tomorrow or something, so
Even better.
get out and maybe try and spot a few whales and go for a walk and grab a coffee, mate. So,
well,
but good job to you, Benny. You're a class act, mate.
Always a pleasure chatting with
thanks
you,
for having
mate.
me.
So, and with all of the ventures that are happening, as we said, are looking forward to more details on Barefoot with Bless. That's going to be fascinating viewing. The coaching as well. Head to the website, barrylester.com.au, if you want to touch base with Baz for any of your bowling needs, mate. Go well.
Good man.
And we'll
Thank you.
take a very short break here. We'll be back shortly with 2 massive semi-finals. Make sure you hang around for those because there is some big prize money up for grabs. And it's 4 left in the race. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, welcome to the impressive Warilla Bowls Club. Here we are, UBC 23 Ultimate Week. Proudly brought to you by Superloop. The Warilla Bowls Club, what can we say about this place which has not been said already? It's 1 hour south of Sydney. The indoor complex we're playing on is known around the world for hosting big events, and this week it's hosting the UBC. Here we are, finals night for event 1. 26 teams, Case. Started off their journey. We're down to just 4. We had the preliminaries, now we had the quarterfinals, and we're right into the semi-finals. Just 4 teams remaining. $280,000 on offer over this week. $32,000 winners check tonight. Case, we're in for a big one.
Absolutely, Greeny. Great to be here at Warilla, one of the best clubs in the bowls world. So we're in for a treat tonight. We're going to see the local heroes, Warilla, up against Exeter's Blue. So one of the games of the tournament so far.
And before we welcome out, let's see how it all unfolded. So there we see on screen there the preliminary finals. So 3 through to 6 in the 2 sections make their way through to there, and they play against the other teams, the Tsunami and the Spiders. 30 to 69 Tsunami, 56-67 the point, 77-40 Superloop making their way through there. Deer Park Gold making their way to a little bit of a rivalry against Deer Park Blue. The top 2 teams from Section A and B made their way through as well to the quarterfinals directly. But the semi-finalists tonight, Exeter's Blue, Warilla, Whittlesea and Deer Park Gold. Case, we're in for a big one here tonight.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We are ready to go to the semi-final number 1. And we're looking forward to these 2 sides going head-to-head, opportunity to put themselves in a place.
A chance to have a really good look there at the preliminaries and the quarterfinals. A really close one with Warilla and the point. A couple of the other games probably got away from them. Deer Park, though, that game was very close. Aaron Sheriff, Nick Cale, Matty Bouse. Unfortunately, Matty Bouse injured himself just earlier today, but Nick Cahill and Aaron Sheriff for Team Exodus, and they're an impressive outfit. Aaron Sheriff, he's a highlight reel. Nick Cahill, he'll be setting the platform. And here we see Warilla Gorillas, the hometown heroes. Corey Wedlock, Aaron Tees, Australian representatives, and King Henry, multiple world champion. And it will be Tees and Wedlock. It's a combination they've gone to many times in these big games, Case. And you know what? Like it's quite impressive to see Jeremy on the bench with his record, but I think it's just this go-to combination which we've seen time and time again, providing not only a spectacle for the supporters and the spectators, but for themselves.
Absolutely. We all know Jeremy, how well he does play on this carpet as well. So these young fellas from Warilla, 2 of the country's best players, mind you, will look to get it done for the home crowd. As we see Teasy just doing a Jeremy Henry delivery. So first bowl's underway.
So here we go, semi-final number 1 underway at Warilla Bowls Club. Our stream brought to you by a Superloop. Great start there. Aaron Tees. Boys have had a little bit of a break since the quarterfinals, but here they go. This will be a shootout. This will be an absolute shootout, Case, and it comes down to these leads. We saw Teasy, and he even admitted to me that he was a little bit off in that quarterfinal, and it was just that sort of extra work that Corey did, playing some shots. But Nick Cale, he set the platform for Sheriff, who he was a little bit off in his performance.
Absolutely. Teasy actually wasn't going to play the quarterfinal. He actually wasn't feeling the rink that well, but late-minute decision to put him in. He started well here tonight, so
a change of colour as well, because Exodus, they've finished at top, so they're coming through that quarterfinal area with blue all the way through if they continue on. Warilla, they had blue in their quarterfinal, and now they've got orange.
Kale, a shot there. Doesn't get the toucher, but
yes,
an inch away.
For people tuning in for the first time, a little refresher for others. Blue and orange, they're the bowls we use here at the UBC. Exodus Blue are using blue. We call them Exodus Blue because they have 2 franchises in the UBC. Warilla just the one, so they're just straight up Warilla. and a little refresher with the scoring. It's fun, it's fast, it's fresh. The UBC, every toucher, 3 points. Lead shot, 3 points at the crossover. And by lead shot, we mean the team who was holding shot once both leads have delivered their 3 bowls. We see the final bowl here from Kale come down, and it's a toucher. So that's your big one. That's what we always talk about. The last bowl of a lead, if he can get a toucher and the lead crossover, 6 points. We see those shots added there. Conclusion of an end. The first shot, 10 points. Second shot, 5 points. Third shot, 3 points. You get all 3. You get first, second, third. You get 18 points. It's a Superloop ultimate end.
What a start by Nick Cale. 2 perfect bowls. That last toucher, getting his team that early 6-shot lead.
Well, the skip for Exodus, he's been called robotic. He's been called perfection. He's been called a number of things, and this is just the last 2 days. We've seen what he's done in his career. It's impressive, but he continues to deliver on the big stage.
His first 2 days, it's been nothing but sensational, to be honest. Probably leads a toucher count. It's not only that, he's got his team out a little bit of trouble in multiple games. Does it time and time again. Corey Wedlock.
What a start
Wow.
from Corey. It's on the screen there, big toucher. First points for Warilla. This is not your traditional bowls. This is 3 bowl pairs, 5 ends, plenty of scoring. We don't call them shots, we call them points. Aaron Sheriff.
Unlucky.
He does grab a further 3 points there. 9-3 the lead at the moment. Warilla currently holding first and second.
Greeny, based off this early opener, we might be in for one of the games of not only this event, but UBC history. 4 outstanding players, all of them at the top of their game.
Oh, there's no doubt there. That's why the crowd filled by a number of the players as well. And that's the big thing. You go off that because they know the quality. The quality of the field of the UBC is it's something like a world championships. You've got the best of the best. And not just here from New South Wales and Australia, but all over.
So we'll see some weight here from Sheriff on his forehand. Gets the right contact. Oh.
He's probably got second out of it. Look at that head of bowls. First game, first semi-final. Look at that head of bowls. And it's all going to be goodness tonight.
It's an early measure just to decide who's got second and third shot.
Just while we're waiting for this measure, binge more and buffer less with Superloop's 1 gig plan for $99 a month. It's time to refresh your internet with Superloop. Quite tight here. You'll see on the screen if you're tuning in for the first time. Gives you an update of the end, the bowl. It'll also tell you who is first, second and third. And there's your points. 17-13. Plenty of points on offer. It's fast and furious. Tease. He's got it. He got a piece of the jack there, so he'll move along to 16. Him and Corey.
Out of the 13 bowls, there's probably only one loose one, which was Aaron's first one. Just a bit of a loosener.
And
Look at
another
this.
toucher. Straight back at you.
It's fair to say Warilla just slowly build all the way through the event, tried the combinations in various ways. AEDT started the event skipping. Wasn't happy the way he was going for his standard. Still pretty good for the general bowler, but we've seen him, he's on his game tonight, so be a challenge here for Exodus.
Well, the big thing in just 5 end matches, so you've got to be on your game throughout the sectional play, especially the knockouts and the money on offer tonight. The team who loses here and the team who is defeated in the second semi-final, they'll receive $10,000 each. Making the final, you guarantee yourself 20. You win it, it's 32,000. There's prize money paid for 5th through to 8th. We'll also reveal at the presentation the Golden Touch winner. So the Sports Centre Golden Touch winner, that'll be the player with the most touches throughout sectional play. Could it be one of these players here? Here we go, another toucher.
He's done well, got the shot as well. That's the bonus. So important that last bowl from the lead. To get that toucher and the shot, it's a 6-shot swing their way.
I think Aaron's looking for another toucher spray. Run out already. Okay, Corey Wedlock here.
He's all over it. And a toucher.
Well, this can be some sort of scoring in this match. This continues.
So opportunity here for Corey. Just a draw with confidence.
He does get
Well
a piece of the
played.
jack. Corey Wedlock, ladies and gentlemen. He's happy. He is here to play. And you see the boys, they just have a little bit of a giggle. They know. They know that the hometown supporters are going to absolutely be loving watching them play. And they love delivering for their hometown supporters. Especially because of the bowls calendar. And these guys representing Australia, they're quite often away. So all their talents, it's often a live stream or a bigger production which sees, well, their supporters see their actual hometown players. So for them to be playing here, it's great to put on a display for the people they see during their club games and social games.
Oh, he's done
Corey
well.
Wedlock.
Here it is, the local heroes put on an early display. It's always good for the event too to have that local team do well.
Okay, Sheriff. He's looking for that gap up front. Looking for the jack. He's got it too.
Wow, what a bowl. Greeny, that gap up the middle was probably about a bowl and an inch wide.
That is huge. Like, you see what Corey Wedlock's delivered. Aaron Sheriff has called that. He said, I can see it on the back end. I'm going through that hole. And he's done just that. Even Teasy, you can see Teasy in the background there. He's going, yeah,
He just
that's
clapped, didn't
fair.
he?
That's pretty impressive. He goes, well, I thought we were sitting pretty. 47-22. Exodus Blue. And that little bit more of a pep in the step for Omar there. Aaron Sheriff. Play a big one like that. It's going to be hard to take him down.
It's exactly what Sheriff needed to, just to get that confidence up. Massive difference in that end. just quieten down the crowd as well. It's always nice from a visiting team. Just going through the hole. Easy in the area again. It's another good bowl. So that's the call, same bowl. Just reaching up, sitting the bowl, or trailing the jack.
Yeah, well, Aaron's interested. Here he comes down.
Played it.
And a toucher as well.
It was a great call from Aaron too, giving him confidence to it, making sure he is there. Plenty of options.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable. The score at the moment, 53-22. And it's been a close match, looking at the bowls. It's just the big bowls that have been played at certain times. None bigger than Sheriff's last on end number 2.
Well, if you didn't know the score, if you didn't see the score on the bottom of the screen, you would think it's close to being all square, to be honest. Corey Wedlock's been outstanding, but it's just been that big conversion shot of Sheriff on that second end.
Here's the chance here. Wedlock, we know he loves to just play through there, trail that jack a yard. Down to the jack. He's just going to finish on the high side, but finish in a really good area there. Is Sheriff going to try and draw a toucher himself here? I think that's what he's asking too. Just needs a couple of feet. He can finish on the front of that jack himself. Not only will he get another bowl on the head, he will get the 3 points for a toucher.
As we know, Aaron does use a wider drawing bowl, so will come late, just a bowl wide.
Yeah, touch tighter. Work off the shot bowl onto the jack. We saw the destructive scoring power of Exodus Blue in their quarter-final against Tsunami, 70-29. Didn't even play the last end.
Greenie.
What do we got? Corey once again.
Oh, what a ball.
And the crowd, the home crowd love it. It's huge. It's exactly what they needed. The margin might be 28, but Warilla holding first, second and third.
I'm pretty sure we know what's going to happen here. Those 4 orange bowls are all together. If he gets the right contact, they could all go. A little bit of weight on his forehand. He's in the area. Oh, that is unlucky.
It's probably the only thing that could have happened, unfortunately, there with that sort of weight. You get the gap and you sort of run through. If you're playing big weight and you get a couple of the bowls, they're going to be heading out of the head.
Yeah, I thought he could have went a bit bigger on his forehand to try and get rid of all those bowls. Played it well, just a little bit unlucky, but Wedlock's got a chance here for the ultimate ends, just going off the line.
Well, Teasy wants to have a quick look at it. It's definitely got Warilla back into the game, though. He's going to have a quick measure here. He wasn't asking for the measure, he was asking for the mat. 56-40. 2 ends remain. Semi-final number 1. It's a big end. They're all big ends, Case, but this is a big one here. 16 the margin. It's all about momentum in the UBC as well. Warilla, they can score, say, first shot, first and second or first and third, but that lead crossover is crucial. Need to make a dint here into this. 16-point margin.
Teasy's done well. He's got that first one. Any bowl within sort of 8 to 10 inches of the jack with your first one makes it easier for your second and third. Just looking to get back. Andy.
Yeah, definitely finishing in the right areas. We've seen time and time again, the successful teams in the UBC are the ones who leave majority of their bowls past the jack, give themselves a chance to trail the jack, or let their skipper have options with their first, second and third bowls. It's something that's probably changed a little bit over the period of the UBC. Instead of that dead drawing with the leads, they're giving their bowl a chance.
He's very close to this.
Aaron Tees, toucher.
Oh, what a bowl. Just hides that jack as well. Just seems to be travelling a little bit.
Further 3 points there to Warilla. That margin, just 10 points. As we know, the first shot, conclusion of an end, is worth 10. So it's literally just a shot away. Jez is just in the normal spot, sitting there cheering the boys on, knowing exactly what's going on. Looks quietly confident there too.
I don't blame him with the way that these two guys are going. It does widen the target. The decision here needs to be made. It is big weight here. Forehand. He's got something.
Yeah, great contact. The jack is in the ditch as well. Nick Cahill, you see on screen, he's marking that.
Just that first bowl of Corey, just widen that target. Anything past the jack would have been good for the Warilla. This is not easy, Greenie. With that position of that wide bowl, that orange one we can just see in the corner of the screen. And our signage boards.
Yeah, well, you can see Sheriff looking at that. So he's thinking of going down to the side, which we know is a lot kinder, turns a lot more. Good weight here. He gets the shot.
Is it going to stop?
Needs to pull up.
Only foot heavy.
Well, a big one here for Corey too, because if you're going to add another one in there, really puts the pressure on Aaron Sheriff. But also the pressure's on Corey because he knows that Aaron was literally just a bowl and a half too quick with his second bowl. Corey looks much the same. Well, opportunity missed there, Case, to put the pressure on.
This bowl's massive for Exodus. You would think the way this man's playing, too much room for Aaron Sheriff. He's done enough.
Yeah, we've often said that when there's 3 inches. So when there was 6 foot like that, there was almost no doubt about it. 69-51, 18 the margin, semi-final number 1. Nick Gale applying the pressure. That's what they need. Bowls in the head. Nothing silly here. 18 the margin. They'd love a toucher or a lead crossover. Almost guarantee a spot into that final.
So the good thing with that bowl of teasy, it's past the jack. And you're behind by 18. You don't want any short bowls.
Spinning bowls past the jack. Nick leaving that one 2 foot short.
Disappointed with that one. 2 foot pass there would have been ideal for Exodus.
Merely just a change of the line here for Tees. He'd like to keep his weight as he has. Still just a touch high. Well, I think the goal for Nick now is beating that little orange pack that's building up. I think he's done just that case.
He's played it very well.
Must make shot. In my books here, Case, a must make shot. Doesn't have to be a toucher. Needs to be the shot.
Just travelling past again.
Okay, pushes it to 21. As we know, 18 for the ultimate end. 3 for a toucher. We'll need a toucher, ultimate end. Also probably take Aaron Sheriff's bowls off him because there's not often he'll allow a Superloop ultimate end against him, or he'll shy away from drawing a toucher. But I think on this occasion, he'll be just hitting around the back for a bit of cover.
Just holding off. Weight was good for what he wanted. It's another one in that bunch.
Well, the thing that's playing into Warilla's hands here is to get the jack back there, they need a toucher. Well, still chances.
Still there, isn't it?
21. That'd be a tie.
Wouldn't that be good? Doesn't like it. Doesn't like it, but it's still not bad out on that side. And sometimes when you need to play a shot like this, it's always better to do it with your last.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing here is Omar could draw a toucher and that's lights out.
Yep. I still think you'll opt to cover those orange bowls.
Yeah, 100%. But it's one of those things that comes into the UBC with the scoring is you can score with your bowl, draw a toucher, and that's it. You know, you get enough of a margin. The only thing this is going to be handy for is potentially blocking it up, which I think it has. He's almost going to try and get through that gap, and it's not his bowl that's going to stay around. He gets a toucher out of it, and it just slides it across. Okay, comes down to this. Tees and Wedlock. Call the timeout. 1 timeout permitted per match. We're looking through the front. Piece of the jack to move it towards the orange. Or it's Exodus Blue moving through to the final. He's just clipped a front bowl there. Exodus Blue, once again, a march on Impressive, impressive, impressive. Superloop, ultimate end there. What a way to finish. Well, Case, there wasn't a lot in that match, and yet the score, 39 the margin. So it's quite surprising that when you see 4 players who are playing very, very well, not a lot of missed opportunities, and yet we still see a scoreline like that.
Absolutely. I think the first 2 ends were probably in favour of Warilla, and it was just that one massive bowl, the drive through that gap to get the jack back made all the difference, but it could have gone either way. The score did blow out. But, yeah, well done, Exodus. They're through to another final.
Yeah, I think you nailed it there. Aaron Sheriff going through that gap, but it was the support, too, from Nick Cahill. And they're quite a pairing. So what we'll do is we'll head down to Benny Jones ringside with the boys qualifying for the final.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Greenie. Appreciate it. And, yeah, we have our first finalists through here in Event 1, and that is Exodus Blue, Nick Cahill and Aaron Sheriff. Start with you, Nick. Look, the scoreboard looks a little lopsided, but, of course, as we know, it went right down to that very last bowl. Corey almost coming up with some magic, but you guys are through to the final. You must be pumped.
Yeah, super pumped. It was a pretty tight game for most of the way. We're pretty lucky to hold the lead for sort of the whole game. Aaron played a few big bowls to keep the momentum going, but, yeah, stoked to be in my first UBC final and doing it with my best mates. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that is awesome. I wish you all the best for that, mate. And Aaron, to you. Nick mentioned one of those big bowls, and I think it was the final bowl you sent down in that second end, which sort of turned things around into what became a Superloop ultimate end, and you guys sort of built the momentum from there. But you've been bowling well for the last couple of days, and one to go, mate.
Yeah, no, look, I was a bit of a Hail Mary through the gap to get the jack, but the head wasn't looking real flash. I played a couple of ordinary ones on the forehand, so why not throw caution to the wind, so to speak. It's that kind of event, isn't it? So, yeah, no, look, Nick led off well. I was able to put a bit of gloss on it at times. So, yeah, super effort. Really looking forward to the final, and we'll sit back and see who we've got to play next.
Absolutely. Well done, boys. So there you go. That is our first finalist through for Event 1, and that is, of course, Exodus Blue. Back to you, Mark. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks very much, Benny. Case, the boys look very calm, they look collected, and they look confident. Nick Cahill said during the week that he's the best place he's been in life, and it's showing on the greens. And you've got Aaron, who just is doing Aaron things. And the funny thing is, one of their players, Matty Bouse, he's injured. So he must be sitting on the sidelines pretty excited about the prospects of winning another UBC.
What a luxury to have Matty Bouse on the sidelines waiting to play for Event 2 and 3. But, yeah, well done to Nick Cahill, young fella who's come through the ranks. And as he said, he's playing with his best mate, Broadbeach, Aaron Sheriff, and once again, he's produced the goods, as he generally does.
Oh, look, there's sort of combinations. We always speak about combinations in the UBC. Combinations are vital in sport, whether it be a 12-person team, a 15-person team, or you're playing a 2-person team on the green for bowls, or you've got 3 in it for UBC. And I think that's the vital thing. You've got players who can play a number of positions, but you've also got your Aaron Sheriff who's going to skip there, and you've got your dedicated sort of up-front men who are going to set the platform, and that's what you've got here with Exodus Blue.
Absolutely. He doesn't need anything special, Aaron Sheriff. He needs 3 bowls in the area, just something to work with, and as we see time and time again, he can deliver. So, yeah, the combination done by team owner Brett Tynan's produced the goods again, and as I say, they're into another final, and they're going to be mighty hard to beat.
But the team who has the chance to beat them, firstly, they have to win their semi-final. So we've got Whittlesea Eagles and we've got the Deer Park Gold side. On paper, you would have said Deer Park Blue was probably a little bit stronger. But in saying that, it's probably because not as many people would have seen Ryan Tainton, J-By Norris play. And the people who did see the quarter-final would have been obviously understanding of how good of a player these two are.
No, you're spot on. We're quietly confident as a club going into the gold team would do really well. The 3 local players for Deer Park. They can play in multiple positions as well. So, yeah, that was interesting to see that they beat the blue team. But let's see what they can do against Whittlesea. They're a great outfit as well.
And I'm sure that they're going to line up the same way. And the thing is with Whittlesea, they've got a wealth of sort of excess there. You've got Blake Nan, who has won the UBC before. And we actually just saw him running the marker in the first semi-final. But you look back to their quarter-final, and Nick McIntyre, he was special. He was very special.
Yeah, well, Nick's a talented player. He's played for Victoria on a couple hundred times. So, you know, they're another team who have got, you know, 3 quality players. It's so vital to have that.
And speaking of the Whittlesea Eagles, here they are making their way onto the green for semi-final number 2. Blake Nairn, the man we speak about. But Lee Schreiner, Nick McIntyre, he was special in the quarterfinal. I'm pretty sure we're going to see Nick McIntyre and Lee Schreiner. There we go. Very, very impressive in their quarterfinal. Lee Schreiner, he's been playing some bowls. Deer Park Club gold, though. Impressive club, impressive outfit. J-By Norris, James Pearce, Ryan Tainton. Any team that can leave James Pearce on the bench must be going well. And once again, we'll see Ryan Tainton and J-By Norris. And they were very impressive in their efforts in the quarterfinal when they defeated 2 world champions, Aaron Wilson and Shannon McElroy.
As you said, it might have been a surprise by many, but 2 very good players we've got here in Ryan Tainton and J-By Norris. In my books, 2 of the better players in Victoria. Very pleased to have them playing for Deer Park.
Well, that's it. I think semi-final number 1 was for, well, we can almost call Aaron former New South Wales, but now it was obviously Queensland with Nick, so it was a Queensland-New South Wales battle. But right here is 4 Victorians. Well, you could pretty much say Leroy's a Victorian, former Victorian. Everyone moves around so much these days with the opportunities with bowls.
Currently a member of the Raymond Terrace Club in Newcastle, New South Wales, Lee Schreiner. Won the Golden Nugget singles last week at Tweed Heads as well, beating Aaron Sheriff in the final, so he's in some unbelievable touch himself.
And speaking of touch, Ryan Tainton straight off the bat. Toucher, first points on the board, Deer Park gold.
Good to see Nick McIntyre out there as well, club manager at the Whittlesea Bowls Club. And no doubt his family will be tuned in, Oscar and Ollie.
Yep.
They'll be on the couch watching their dad Nick play. He's a bit of a quiet assassin, Ryan Tainton. Doesn't say a lot, but geez, he's a wonderful player. That's perfect bowling.
Zoning in on the jack like a pizza on a Friday night. A little bit of a loose start here from Nick. What we saw in the quarterfinal, he jumped on right from the start, so I'm sure as soon as he zoned in, the pressure will be applied.
The tactics already. J-By Norris asking Ryan to get down to the tee. Just falling short of that, but it's past the jack. Won't be disappointed with that.
Okay, change of shot here.
Over to his forehand. Just holding off.
Well, it's up to the skips here. Halfway through N1, semi-final number 2. One of these teams will be making their way through to the final to play Exodus Blue. And I'm sure it's going to be Aaron Sheriff and Nick Cale once again.
It's a great start by Ryan Tainton. Early pressure on Lee Schreiner, which is what they required. We Can't allow Leroy to get into his groove early.
Yeah, quality start there from J-By. Adding a third.
It's going through that 2 feet. So something similar here from J-By. Doesn't want to build the target up, so anything near the line would be beneficial.
All 5 of those orange bowls have found the line remarkably well there, Case, and I think that's the big thing early on in the match. If you're finding the line, it's a matter of fine-tuning the weight. Leroy's closer here, just needs to get past the front. His weight let him down. This could be a big start here for Deer Park Gold.
Just needs to run. And that's another one.
And once again, another orange bowl that has found the line.
So Leroy's changing his hands back to that wider side. It's just a dead draw. Wouldn't want to write him off.
Just travelling a touch. Can he get down for third? No. First, second, third. Not only that, we had a toucher and we had the lead shot. 24-0 is the ultimate end, the Superloop ultimate end to start off the match for Deer Park Gold. Ryan Tatum, probably one of the players who takes a little bit more time than the others. Their case, we see a 30-second shot clock behind the players as they're delivering. He can take as much time as he wants, J-By says, if he can keep delivering like this and setting this platform. We'll see dominant through sectional play. Dominant in their quarter-final. Yet find themselves 24-0 down after the first end of semi-final number 2.
When Brian was first selected, that was the only thing I was worried about, the shot clock. But we've seen him top of the screen. He gets his bowl away with plenty of time, but he has got his set routine that he does follow each time.
Yeah, very handy start once again. Well, this is it now. The door is open for Nick McIntyre.
I think it's too much room for Nick. As it is, that's a good correction. Beautiful weight.
It's good and bad at the same time, isn't it? It's one of those sort of bowls which is jack high, bowl and a half away. Gives Ryan the chance to continue with that same weight. Tighten it up, get to the jack himself, or get the bowl. That's what he's done. He's tightened it up. He's just taken the weight off. He would have loved to have kept that weight.
That line was perfect for what he wanted. Gets a touch up. It's a big end there from McIntyre. Good to see him bounce back.
Well, that's it. Points on the board for the Eagles. Trail by 18 halfway through end number 2. All UBC matches, 5 ends.
Just on that side of the rink, it is tighter, so it will go straighter. Struggling just to get back to that line. It's a good shot there from Strainer. Close for a second. Great effort.
A huge effort there. And I think at this sort of stage, getting those bowls in the area, just keep applying that little bit extra pressure. You know the scoreboard pressure is already doing that. You don't want to give away any cheap shots, any cheap points.
He's close here. Leroy. That's a great
Big
shot.
shot.
At 2 inches in front of the jack. Very difficult to get out of this head for J-By Norris.
Okay, playing weight here. Doesn't like it straight away, but there is some sort of angles. Probably the result, the bowler served. However, he would have loved to have jumped back in off that. Case, dare I say it, we will be locked up after this bowl.
Yeah, the way Leroy draws, you'd bank him in, but he's pushing the bowl up and he's getting there. Well played, Lee Strainer. That's outstanding bowling.
Another Superloop ultimate end, this time for the Whittlesea Eagles. It's all locked up, 24 apiece.
That's a huge end there from Whittlesea.
Yeah, well, I think it just goes to showcase the pressure you can put on by continuing to score. So both teams there have had a toucher, a lead shot crossover, and an ultimate end.
So many times we've seen whoever gets that early bowl close or gets that toucher, they quite often win the end. Not easy to get out of the heads here because they're so tight, the bowls are so close.
Well, Nick didn't seem to like that when he let it go. Leroy's still looking at it, though. That's what it was. The weight wasn't too bad, but crashing into the orange bowl there. Tayton.
Nailed his line, just going through that 2 feet.
Well, once again, it's going to crash on the front. There's lots of room, but there is bowls on the way in.
Beat the last, get around the last, or look for the jack. This is a call. So he's just drawing.
Yeah, all down the weight here, Case. The weight's good. The bowl is good. And yes, that is the shot.
Yeah, well played, Ryan Tatum.
3 points. Deer Park Club Gold once again in front. Margin though, just 3 points.
So, Costa Lee's trainer now. His weight's perfect here. Gives J-By a bit of a guide. He's a bowl short, but if he beats that bowl, he does draw another counter.
Pretty close here, Case. J-By Norris.
Great shot. Just use that bowl as trainer to come in from. Leroy's line has to be perfect here just to get around that short bowl. These bowls are a little bit tighter than most others. As we see, just holding off, just increased his weight.
Here we go, Case. Deer Park Club Gold. J-By Norris. Replicate. Can he replicate? Oh, he's going to crash on the front. Still first and second. And the thing with that ball falling out probably forces trainer to be a little bit more aggressive here on his backhand. And that's what we'll see. Trainer, backhand, controlled weight. He's down for the jack. He's got the jack. He'll get 3 points for the toucher. He's got one of his blue through and his ran through. However, the orange bowl, which is the closest to the tee, is owned by Deer Park Gold. And there is a lot of room for J-By Norris.
We got a good three or 4 feet here to draw a counter. Really important bowl in the.
Yeah, Ryan Tatum, he's happy.
Done that. Can he get a toucher? Oh,
What an effort.
it's a mighty effort.
Well, the original Deer Park, when it was just one franchise, was called the Deer Park Chargers, and these boys are on the charge, 42-30. A 12-point margin they open up over the Whittlesea Eagles.
So not much in this game. Only 12 points. In our format, that is absolutely nothing. So over to the leads again.
Oh, Tatum looks good here again.
Oh, that's absolutely perfect from Ryan Tatum.
I think that's one of the best things about the UBC case, the impact on the scoreboard that the leads can have. Traditional game of bowls, leads can be fantastic, creating heads, scoring touches, but yet there's no improvement on the scoreboard. Where you see it time and time again with touches, a lead crossover shot makes such a difference.
Absolutely. And to be honest, it's been the Ryan Tatum show here. His leads bowls have been very good. He's good again. He's not short. He's past the jack. He's done really well.
Well, that's a thing, Case, that we've seen here now that the pressure's been put on. They're trying to manufacture shots.
And it's not easy. On any carpet surface, playing that little weight isn't easy. Get to the tee is the call. So, looking to get right down past that blue bowl. Looks like he's done pretty well.
He's done extremely well. Tee right on the bottom of the screen there. Once again, McIntyre will be looking to get down to that jack. Big thing here.
He's close.
Is he going to get down to the jack, though? No. Hills off that bowl. A further 3 points here for Deer Park Gold. Move along to 48. 48-30, 18-point margin.
Couple of big bowls here. I know everyone at Deer Park Club will be watching this on all the TVs, so a big shout out to all our members back home.
Great bunch of supporters who have arrived today as well.
We can see them in the grandstand, all the blue and gold. It's very good. Jay Norris right in front of the jack. Makes it a little bit more difficult to get that toucher.
Okay, down to the last bowl. That's the request from Tainton. Jay-By in the area once again. Can you get to the jack, Case? Oh, he's just slipped past.
It's not the counter, though.
Holding first, second and third. Just 2 bowls from this man, Schrainer, remaining.
If the weights are right, it's on. That's what he called.
Well, he was spot on too. If the weight was right, he was right on top of it.
1 foot less, he would have got the toucher and the shot.
It also shows too, Case, the importance there of Jay-By's call with Ryan with his third bowl to get round the back to the tee. Just gives that level of security there when you're leading by 18 points and you've got a really good head set up.
He's such an intelligent
coming quick
player, Jay. Oh, that's enough. He loves the game. He calls a perfect head. I'm really proud of him. He's had 2 years at our club now and he hasn't put a foot wrong. Played outstanding bowls. All the members love him around the club.
Yeah, I heard he was going to have a pretty handy lead next season too.
Yeah, who's that?
CSG, Christopher Scott Green, baby.
Oh, wow.
He's killed the end. What you would have heard there was the hope for that running through and getting that orange bowl we were just talking about, the third bowl at the end from Tainton. But that was the security, Case. That was the security, and that was the foresight from Jay-By to think, go around the back. We're leading by this amount. You know, don't need to pepper the jack. Get round the back. Give us a little bit of security. And look how it's come through. 58-38. 20 points the margin. 5th and final end of semi-final number 2. UBC 23 Ultimate Week. Live from Warilla Bowls Club, thanks to Superloop.
So the Deer Park boys, you would think they only need to play one good end here and it'll be enough, but we've seen so many times before. A 20-point lead is not what it takes.
The big thing here, Case, is, hate to say it, but Ryan's first bowl, you add that the other side, you know, similar to that first bowl of the blue there. You try and trail the jack, because if you're scoring touches, you're adding points that they're trying to calculate in their head of what they need to get. And you keep adding that up, and all the pressure is applied to them.
That's exactly what Ryan's done really well this game. Giving his bowl a chance. And there's a correction.
Because there's no doubt here that McIntyre will not change his weight. Try and land that bowl. Perfect result is trail the jack, but also give himself a chance for another toucher. There's near on no chance that he'll be short here. And that's what we've seen. Exactly right.
Well played.
Exactly
Perfect.
right. 3 points for the toucher. Move along to 41. Striking distance.
All of a sudden, not easy head to get out of this either for Deer Park.
Look at this for a shot, Case. He's got the jack himself.
What a shot.
He has got the jack himself. Further 3 points. Margin back out to 20, 61-41.
And there's the skipper coming out in Tayton. He's a Premier League skipper back home for Deer Park. Got all the shots in the book.
Yeah, well, I think the way it was set up too, Case, was the two orange bowls. If he was to remove either of those, it created further opportunities, further chances. He just played that good weight right through. Lead shot there. Margin will be back to 18. Sorry, margin 17.
So they need a Superloop alternate end. Does he get the toucher?
Jay
Wow.
by Norris.
That makes it very hard now.
I'll say it right now, Case. I don't think this is the last we've seen of him tonight either.
No, he's a super player. Nathan Bush, the club coach at Deer Park, and I have been talking about these teams for a number of months, to be honest. And it was only sort of about a month ago when we decided to give Jay By the first crack at skipping. He's such a good player. Toucher again nearly makes it impossible for Whittlesea to get out of this.
Yeah, the current scoring options for Whittlesea is 24, Case. 2 touches in the ultimate end.
It's another one. He's hunting the jack here.
He needs to stay up
Needs
as
to
well.
stay up.
Must stay up. And he gets contact on his last. Great call there, Ryan Tayton, saying get through. If you do get a piece of the jack, game over. Because that's exactly right. Current scoring potential for Whittlesea is 21, courtesy of the Superloop ultimate end and a toucher. Margin 20. If Deer Park Gold can grab themselves a toucher, a further 3 points, it'd shake hands.
past that bowl. Well, it's past the jack, but...
Jack in the ditch.
Yep.
You wouldn't back against this man either. Here we go. 20-point margin. 1 bowl remaining. Lee Schreiner on his backhand. He's looking for the jack. He's not happy with it.
Doesn't like it.
And that's it. Deer Park Gold will clinch this semi-final number 2. And not only that, they will move into the final. Exodus Blue await. Two franchises, Case, who have opted for the 2 teams have moved in to the final. So we've got Deer Park Gold, Exodus Blue. This is impressive stuff for the franchise owners who have opted to go down the path of having 2 teams.
Obviously gives them 2 cracks at it, but personally I'm just over the moon for these 2 boys. We'll head back to Benny to talk to them. Let's go down.
Thanks very much, Case. Very happy, Mark Casey, of course, with Deer Park Club going through. That is the gold version of Deer Park Club. I've got Ryan Tate and Jay By Norris with me. Ryan, fascinating start to that semi-final, exchanging Superloop ultimate ends, but that third end was pretty crucial just for you guys to steady and, in the end, run away with it. But, gee, you've beaten an informed team along the way.
Yeah, those 2 boys have been pretty incredible the whole first event. And as you said, you know, two super ends, and then that third end was probably our break. And we just had to hold that lead, so we were lucky enough to stick a few more on it after that point and come through with the win.
All right, well, good luck for the final. Jay By Norris, you've beaten one informed side, and now the reward is you get to take on Exodus Blue, a pretty good nick themselves. So this is what you play for, a chance on the big stage in a final to play for some pretty decent cash.
Yeah, it is. We played him in the sectional play and come right down the last bowl. We're holding the match, and Aaron drew all his last as he does. So hopefully we can peg one back on him and see how we go.
Well, we wish both teams all the very best for the final. Good luck to the Deer Park Gold boys. Back to you, Case.
Thanks very much, Benny boy. And yes, look, the boys are happy. They're nice and quiet, aren't they? They just go about their business in the correct way. And I'll tell you what, there will be fireworks tonight if they were to get up. But standing in their way, Aaron Sheriff, Nick Cahill, Exodus and their scoring power. They really fought tough there, the boys. But Tatum with his setting up the platform, we always talk about the lead setting the platform. But J-By, just his touch, outstanding.
I think both players nearly played the perfect game, to be honest. Not many loose bowls at all. I'm just over the moon, as I said before, but up against Aaron Sheriff, Nick Cahill, another Deer Park player in Aaron Sheriff. They're 3 good mates, but they're up against it. They won't be the favourites, but I hope they can give the Exodus boys a run.
Well, it's not going to be long now, too, either until we see the final. But so the teams now, they're guaranteed plenty of cash. You know, that's one of the big things about the UBC. Let's not hide. There's over $280,000 on offer over this week, 6 days, over the 3 events. We see the way to the final. It was just on screen there. But the runners-up 20,000, first place 32. It's all come down to Exodus Blue and Deer Park Gold. Exodus have had a 90-51 semi-final, a 70-29 quarter-final. But the semi-final has been quite impressive there for Deer Park Gold. Over Whittlesea, who we saw throughout Moama, very consistent. The final event, they took charge. But here, dominant, really dominant through sectional play. And Deer Park Gold, they've come through the hard way. They finished in their section in 3rd to 6th, so they had to go to the preliminaries. Got over Golden State, 61-38. Then it was the other Deer Park Blue side, which on paper, a couple of world champions and Nathan Bush, they still got over the top of them, 65-55. The semi-final, which we just witnessed there, very special. The 3rd player of the team, James Pearce. Both sides, toss of the coin here for the final case.
Yeah, we're in for a cracker. Won't be long before the players just having a really quick break before they come back out to the rink. Aaron Sheriff and Nick Cahill from Exodus, particularly Sheriff. He's been there and done it multiple times. The other 3 players are quite new to the TV rink, so small bit of advantage there to the Exodus crew.
Yeah, and as we know, Matty Bouse has injured himself, so he will not be playing in the final. It will be Nick Cahill leading up, Aaron Sheriff, and I don't see any changes to the Deer Park Gold lineup. And the beauty of that is you've got James Pearce on the sideline, and he's a quality player himself, one of the stars.
Yeah, during the sectional rounds. As we know, all players have to play minimum 5 games. And James Pearce didn't put a foot wrong either, so it was a difficult decision which way to go. So far, so good for Deer Park Gold.
Not long now, we will have the final. Event 1. 3 events make up the UBC 23 Ultimate Week here at Warilla Bowls, brought to you by Superloop. Over $280,000 prize money. There will be a $32,000 cheque awarded to the winners at the conclusion of this final. During that presentation, we'll also have the Sports Centre Golden Touch. That will be awarded to the player who has been successful with the most touches throughout sectional play. Will it be one of these 4 players? Case, more than likely, you'll see one of the players who are the Golden Touch winner, the Sports Centre Golden Touch Award winner, into the finals. It's how far they've gone. The touches don't count in the post-sectional. It's all about sectional. So we'll wait and see, but that will be presented along with a cheque for the winners, $32,000, the medallions, and the new UBC trophy, which looks like we've just taken it from one of the Grand Slam tennis tournaments. We see some footage there of some of the guys, the Newland Spider boys, sitting on the beanbags in the stands. To see the stands, there was a couple more people there. They might have gone for a little bit of a break themselves, getting ready for the final, because it is going to be a final you do not want to miss. Case, I know you obviously be thinking Deer Park, but it's hard against the Exodus side, which is with Nick Cahill, Aaron Sheriff, and Aaron in the form that he's in over the last 18 months has been absolutely amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I keep saying it. Any time that Aaron Sheriff's on the rink, he'll be starting favourite, no matter who he's against. So this is no different, but there's only 2 teams left now, and Deer Park's one of them, and they'll be full of confidence after that semi-final win.
Well, 100%, and that's what it's all about. It's the momentum. It doesn't matter whether it's game to game. It's more so bowl to bowl and then end to end, and that's what builds. We see teams in sectional play when we have brackets of 4 or 5 games, and they'll go on a really good ride, or they might lose the first of 5 games, and then it's all downhill. You know, it keeps rolling on. As we see some of the boys in the crowd there, Wayne Turley, OAM. He's had his haircut done today as well. Boys on the beanbags. There's Ray Pearce, Harley McDonald. Razor's ready to go. Harley's been doing the shot clock. But I think it's time we welcome our teams onto the green. And those 2 teams, of course, Exodus and Deer Park Gold. Okay, let's wait and see these teams. They're ready to rock. They're ready to roll. First up, there we are, Team Exodus. Aaron Sheriff, Nick Cahill, Matty Bouse. Matty Bouse will be on the sideline. Deer Park Gold. We just witnessed their greatness. Jay by Norris, Ryan Tainton, James Pearce. He'll be sitting on the sideline. But I'll tell you what, he will be supporting, no doubt about that. He's had his impact through sectional play, and now he's just sitting up, resting, watching the boys, cheering on. He's been a big part of this Deer Park Gold side.
Well, we're in for a cracker, I know that.
The boys are all in good spirits as well.
Yeah, they're teammates in Melbourne Premier League. We've got the pleasure of having Aaron Sheriff play for Deer Park again this year. He's a club hero already after just 1 season.
It's Deer Park Gold to start off, using the orange bowls. Exodus Blue using the blue bowls. And it's all about to happen here. Wayne Turley on the shot clock. Things could get interesting.
It's a good start there from Tatum. They've only just come off the rink too, so that could play into their hands.
The crowd, all of a sudden, as soon as the first bowl went down their case, the crowd decibel levels just dropped. All focused on the rink.
And I know there'll be a bit of nerves out there, particularly for 3 of the 4 bowlers. I haven't got a lot of experience on TV rinks. Live on TV, it's just not easy. It's a different element to what they need to do. So far, Ryan Tatum has been like an iceman, delivering the goods, very calm under pressure.
Huge. Nick Cale, it didn't take long. Zone right in there.
See a little bit of weight here from Tatum. Nothing for short. We've already got a close bowl. Look to land the bowl or trail the jack. Good effort, just on that widest hand.
Finishing in the right areas though. Great to see the other sides from both of these franchises supporting as well.
Yeah, most players are up in the grandstands or on the bean bags. Just needs a hold, going under.
Playing that sort of weight there, though, Case, he can land the bowl clean. He gets both bowls and runs through with the jack, giving himself chances. Look at that
touched
for
the
weight.
pole without moving the jack. So that half-hour break hasn't harmed Aaron at all. Close here.
Needs to hurry here. He does.
And the toucher.
Huge.
Wow.
That is huge.
It was nearly the perfect result. Holding 2 and the toucher.
And the angle of the jack now is heading in the opposite side of where the bowls of the blue side, Exeter's blue, are on the carpet there. Really good setup here for Deer Park Gold. You can never be safe, though. Not with Aaron Sheriff staring down at that jack and your bowls.
Maybe disappointed with that. The bowl down the back. I think that's what we'll see from J-By. Bowl near the centre line, down near the tee, would have to be handy. Just needs to run. It's close to getting the back one.
What do we expect here, Case? He's playing backhand.
Backhand with swinging weight, looking for any contact on the orange bowls.
Oh, well played. Aaron Sheriff.
Great shot.
Is it enough a shot?
Looks like it.
Quick measure here. Big bowl, though, changed things right up. Was down first and second, which would have been 15 points. Now a measure for shot. And we're already leading 6-3. Hold on to that lead. Looks like they do. Aaron Sheriff, a little bit of Sheriff magic.
Once again, huge difference in the scoreline. So Nick Cale, over to you. Oh, he's very good. Oh, just misses a jack. Well, it's been a good first in, Greenie. 4 Marines like that, no matter what happens, the viewers will be pleased.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what everyone tunes in for, the good bowls. And these 4 are going to deliver, no matter what. We spoke about feeling comfortable on the TV rink. I think these players have played enough on it these first 2 days already, and it's only going to get bigger and better too. The next 4 days, event 2 and event 3. And Nick Cahill. This is just that little period now where Deer Park Gold need to stick with Exodus.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't want to be sort of losing too many points over the next 2 ends. Don't let that lead get in more than a 20 mark with a couple ends to go against a player of Sheriff's talent.
And that's exactly what Tayton's done.
Tayton.
He keeps his scoreboard ticking over here for Deer Park Gold.
It's been very impressive. Perfect weight there from Nick. Draw another shot. Toucher would be a bonus, but anything past the jack here, Greenie, after his first short one, just need to get this one past.
He just needs to keep pushing here. Hang around the area. Very good. Just what they needed. And a further 3 points as well, courtesy of the lead shot. The margin, just 8. Aaron Sheriff. Aaron Sheriff. Oh, well, wasn't far off perfect there.
I like this call. Still might have the shot, but no harm in getting up there, sitting the blue bowl, turning his orange one through the jack. That was the line. Just needed a bit more weight.
Oh, good call here, Nick Cale. That's exactly what shot is on. Here on the forehand, confident. He's swinging away there. Is he just a touch high here, Case? He is. A rare miss from Sheriff. This is the chance here for Deer Park Club Gold to capitalise. play the shot, land the bowl, hold first, second, and third. Put the pressure on Sheriff.
Not far away to something. Oh, he got the edge of the front blue one.
Fortunate result. But here we go. Oh, he's almost just taken out half the stadium. Here we go, Sheriff. Much more attentive here. You get the jack, he does. He gets the jack.
Played, Aaron.
Sheriff. Leave the bowls there. I'll just grab the jack. So he gets 3 points for the toucher. He's probably holding first, second, and third. So he is. Huge turnaround there. Plenty of room here for J-By, so he will get shot. But slight margin that they'll give away.
He's done well. Well played, J-By.
That'll be a big confidence one for J-By too. He's played a good end there. And he was facing the ultimate end, just through a bit of sheer brilliance from Sheriff. Collecting the jack and nothing else. 33-24. Still very tight here. The final of Event 1, UBC 23 Ultimate Week.
The boys have done well just to hang in there. Only 9 the difference. Ryan's very good again. Well played. Nick Howard's using the wider set of bowls. You can see his bowl does come back a little bit more. So repeat the dose. Tatum on his backhand. Played extremely well all final series, but particularly in this final.
Yeah, well, Deer Park did exactly what they needed to do last 10 case. They stuck around, kept putting that pressure on, kept ticking over their scoreboard. Once again, a further 3 points the way of Deer Park Gold.
So anything past the jack here. Doesn't get the shot, needs to get past. Still following it.
What's a connection? Oh. Stiff. He's got 3 bowls within a foot. Well, that's the call. The question, am I trying to get a toucher? Absolutely you are. No doubt about it. That's what they want to do. Continue scoring. Continue to apply that pressure. You're in front now. They want to stay in front right till the end. Cahill. He's done just that.
Yeah, well played.
Toucher, lead shot at the crossover. A further 6 points there. The margin was 6, and now it's 12.
Opportunity for J-By to reach right up here on his backhand. Chance to get the jack right through all the 2 bowls.
In the area, what's the connection?
Second and third. Just a bowl wide.
Yeah.
Weight was perfect, wasn't it?
Brilliant weight. much the same for J-By there as Sheriff, just a touch high. Okay, so there is an opportunity here for a big score. Now Sheriff has 2 bowls remaining. If he can get down to this jack, trail it. Looking at a big score. It's a touch high once again.
Just needs to get down off the orange. Close to third. So he'll be looking for weight again here on his backhand. Contact on that front orange or the jack through.
Tayton's looking. J-By, he's chasing it. He's close to this gap and the jack. He gets it.
Oh, what a bowl. J-By Norris.
Huge.
Absolutely huge bowl, that one.
3 for the toucher and now holding first and second. A couple of options there.
He's given him 3 different calls. Looks like he's going for the 2 bowls, is it?
Oh, he can remove 1, so he'll be 1 away. Second and third in the way of Exodus. And it is 47-40. Exodus Blue currently 7-point leaders in this final of event 1. 2 ends remain.
It was a big change, that last bowl of Aaron. Just taking that shot bowl away, gives him second and third. He was 2 down. So this all-important 4th end. I've seen it so many times. This is the moving end. And it's Ryan Tayton again. An early toucher. And we've seen so many times Ryan's done that. Nick Cale's not far away himself. And another toucher. Both players up front have been dynamic. It's hard to say which one has got on top. They've been playing great bowls. So Ryan just needs to hold. Keep holding. Just misses the jack. It's a great opportunity here for Nick Cale. He's already got the close one, so he can afford to arrive. That's the call. Don't mind that was the call from Aaron. He's got 2 bowls past. So it's vital here for Tayton to get past the jack. You're looking to get past those 2 blue ones, about 2 foot past the jack. Oh, wow, that's a bonus. Got the jack as well and the back one. All of a sudden, the margin's back to 4 points. And we see big weight here from Nick Cale. Ooh, just skims past.
Just missing high, and we'll quite often see that from the leads. They're capable of all the shots, these players, Case. The tide, though, starting to swing just a touch towards the Deer Park Gold side.
So, back to 1. Couldn't have asked for a better game, to be honest. We've seen so many good games over the last 2 days. And it's fitting that this is the final. 4 players at the top of the game.
Not just the final, but how close it is as well. 50-49. 1 point in it. Could we see a bowl off?
Oh, imagine that.
For a final. I know we always tease each other with the prospect of it, but it'd be amazing.
Back to the forehand now, and more weight.
Is he getting down? He's going to hold, much like Kales did.
Just kept holding.
$50-49. Deer Park holding first and second. 1 bowl remaining from each of these skips on the 4th end. Just 1 end remains after this. That's a very good look at the head right there. You can see exactly what's on offer for Sheriff. Nick Cahill giving the instructions. One of the best you'll see deliver a bowl. Here he goes, down on his forehand. He's after it too. Sheriff likes it. He's close. And look what he's done. Aaron Sheriff doing Aaron Sheriff things. That is mega. Don't worry about huge. That is mega. Aaron Sheriff delivers once again.
That was huge.
Not only does he deliver, it is a Superloop ultimate end. Just at the time you thought Deer Park Gold were going to move into the lead and have a big chance of winning this final, Aaron Sheriff delivers that.
Well, we've seen it that many times now. We kind of expect it. But that was pure class. You had to drop the weight to get the actual turn to allow him to stay in the head for that ultimate end. All we can do is clap. We're actually seeing one of the greatest bowlers of all time do his thing, and
how lucky are we?
Well, he's not far away from guiding his team to another victory. And it's fair to say it's been due to his brilliance himself. Kale has played well as well. This is very good. Doesn't get the touch, but it's a lead shot at the moment. So Tayton will be looking for much the same. Get to the blue bowl or trail a jack. If he does miss anything, just pass. It's unlucky. It's made it okay though.
Nick Cahill. Can he finish off this final? He has. He has been extremely good. Extremely good. A little bit of a cuddle and a tickle there for Skipper Sheriff.
So important to get the shot here. is just not moving.
No matter what happens here, Case, you can't take anything away from these Deer Park Gold boys. They've been fantastic. Ryan Tainton, J-By Norris, James Pearce in sectional play. But it is a juggernaut in the Aaron Sheriff show, isn't it? And the platform that is set by his leads of Matt Bouse and Nick Cahill, it's, well, it's just extremely good to watch. We're in the best seat of the house. It's great to have our viewers from around the world tuning in to watch what this man delivers over and over again.
Can we go into...
Well, 25.
Hold up.
25 is the margin, and that's it. They're going to shake hands, and that is, well, it's quite a fitting way to finish here, Case. Nick Cahill with second and third shot, Aaron Sheriff with shot. The boys understand the procedure here and what the shots are allowed for them to score. Exodus over there with the other Exodus crew, the white side, who, well, they were slow start and were missing the finals. They had some really good wins there in the back half of Event 1, and it's really going to help for them Event 2 and Event 3. But those two boys on screen, and Matty Bouse, who's been sitting, resting up his leg on the beanbags, it's great to see. But look, J-By, Ryan Tainton, quite incredible. You know, like they've got together once again, as you said, selected by the Deer Park Club and homegrown players. And it was just one of those things where they've connected so well. I will not be surprised one little bit to see them in the final of Event 2 or Event 3.
No, so proud. The club's so proud of their efforts over the last 2 days, but particularly tonight. They couldn't have played much better. But once again, it was Aaron Sheriff at his best, and he delivered. That's what he does. He's the best in the world, and we just got to sit back and clap.
That's it. They're just, well, look at the boys. They're just heading along there and seeing the crowd and just seeing some of their supporters, because there is so many great supporters. And that's the beauty, even though people are here either playing for a franchise or supporting a franchise, the bowlers, they travel around, they play at different clubs in different states and different tournaments, and they become well known to so many people. So they've got so many supporters here who will jump from side to side depending on which match it is, and that's the beauty with UBC. The short format allows so many people to support their players, and it's great to see Matty Bouse, who's heading down the rink to see his boys, and it's great to see him up and about as well.
Absolutely. Let's hope he's right for Event 2. But once again, Aaron Sheriff, you've got to sit back and applaud him, and let's go back to Event 2 and see what we can do.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You can't take anything away from Sheriff. You can't take anything away from Cahill or Bousey. And it's almost that sort of thing where Pearce, Tainton and J-By Norris have actually got to go and pat themselves on the back for getting through to the final. And for a long way through, they held themselves together. And it was only, once again, a piece of Sheriff brilliance that actually took the win away from them. Up until right there in the fourth end, the last bowl, they were holding what looked like to be a nice little lead to head into N5, and the Deer Park crowd would have been cheering that all the way.
Absolutely. No, the boys did terrifically well. Couldn't have played much better. I don't think they could play any better, to be honest, but there was a bowl here and there, and that's all it takes in our format. So congratulations to both finalists, but again, it's Exodus, and it's great to see. We want our champions, playing on TV, and we're just blessed to have Aaron Sheriff part of our tournaments.
Well, the big thing too is it's not just the opportunity to play on TV, it's the opportunity to play in front of so many of their supporters. And although the people here are limited just through to the capacity, the people at home will still be getting in touch with their Nick Cahills and their Matty Bouse, their Sheriffs, their J-Bys, their Ryans, Piercy, all those other teams who have made it through to the finals, the post-sectional play, even people who are playing on the live stream during sectional play and saying, well done, great stuff, we had it on at our club or we had it on at the company we work at, we shared it with our friends. It's just growing the game, and it's about getting that product out there, which is the great game of lawn bowls.
Absolutely. Now, as a club from Deer Park, we're really happy to give opportunity for our members, and that's what tonight was all about, to see two young guys, Ryan Tate and Jabo Norris, playing on the show rink against probably one of their idols, also a fellow teammate for Deer Park as well in Premier League in Melbourne, but they're up against one of the best, and unfortunately tonight for them, he was just too good.
And look, it's things they can learn as well, and that's the beauty. If teams have not made the final in Event 1, they should be watching some of the footage. They should really be trying to learn things from the teams that, if they didn't get a chance to play them in their section, they might run up against them in Event 2 or Event 3. We've seen that in the past with the great coverage we've had of the UBC, where a lot of people and a lot of teams can learn a lot from their opponents in the future by looking at some of their game footage. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams look at that. They look at their stats. One of the beautiful things about the UBC is the input of data onto the tablets. After every single bowl, it'll pick up who's shot, who's second, who's third. It'll talk about touches. It'll talk about people in positions, the combinations. So things like that they can learn from, whether it's based on their selections moving forward or it's positional play. There's a lot that goes into it, and it's a lot that UBC provides for those teams involved.
No, absolutely. And we continue to build players up. You know, we've seen Dean O'Neill a couple of years ago. He was outstanding in some of the UBCs, and all of a sudden, you know, he's one of the rising stars of Australian bowls. And you know, tonight we might have seen Ryan Tate and Jabo Norris and Nick Cale. Don't forget Nick Cale in this. He did his job and provided a platform for the king, Aaron Sheriff, to do his work.
Well, it doesn't look like we're too far away from the presentation. We know the players obviously have had a long couple of days, so they might just be having a quick little break before we get to the presentation. The beauty is $32,000 winner's check, but who will be the Sports Centre Golden Touch Award? Do you think it's someone who we saw tonight? Surely it's someone who's been in the finals. And
well,
we keep speaking of one name. It's going to be an almighty effort if someone else has knocked him off. But what we'll be doing right now is we're going to head down to Benny Jones and the presentation.
Thanks very much, Mark and Chris. Well, what a start to the week it has been here at Warilla Bowls Club for UBC 2023, and a super exciting night of knockout finals for Event 1. Let me begin by thanking our viewers at home that have been watching on KO Sports, and those around Australia and the globe following on the live stream online. We trust that you've been just as entertained as we have here at the venue. Firstly, to our major sponsors and partners in Superloop and Sports Centre. Again, an event like this is just simply not possible without your incredible support. So on behalf of all of our teams competing over the last 2 days, we say a massive thank you. To the many others behind the scenes, our amazing and hard-working, enthusiastic volunteers, our match officials and scorers, as well as the brilliant staff here at the Warilla Bowls Club, we extend a big thank you as well for your efforts over the past couple of days. And of course, our fans inside the stadium who create the atmosphere that I know our bowlers absolutely thrive on. So let's begin our presentations. And to get us started, we're going to head to our Sports Centre Golden Touch Award. This award given to the player who registers the highest number of touches through the preliminary matches of Event 1. And our winner, with a tally of 30 touches representing the team of Exodus Blue, is none other than Aaron Sheriff. Well done, Aaron. Feeling you'll be back up here again shortly. Also worth noting, James Webster, our runner-up, with 29 touches representing the Flemington Kensington Colts. Also, a little tidy $500 check will be heading Aaron's way as well. So what a terrific final, played out by two superb outfits who were just brilliant throughout the preliminary stages and knockouts. There can only be one winner, of course. So before we introduce them up to the lectern, let's also acknowledge our runners-up for Event 1, representing the Deer Park Club Gold and also receiving a $20,000 cheque and medal for their efforts. Put your hands together for their representatives, Ryan Tainton, Jabo Norris and James Pearce. Well done to the Deer Park Club Gold side, and they will be striving to go one better in Event 2, no doubt. But that brings us to our Event 1 champions, and what a dominant performance in the final. They have been superb over the past couple of days, and they will walk away, as you can see in front of me, with a beautiful cheque for $32,000 along with their champions medals. Representing our Event 1 champions, Exodus Blue, please put your hands together for Matty Bouse, Nick Cahill and Aaron Sheriff. And just before we get the guys to take some happy snaps and we'll present them with their trophy, Aaron, if I could just have you come to the mic for a second. First of all, congratulations on you personally, the couple of days with the Golden Touch Award, but you're in it to win it, and obviously as a team environment, you've done just that. Event 1, no better way to start the week.
No, it's sort of similar to the way that we started last UBC. So, no, super excited. The guys played incredibly well. Unfortunately, Bousey had hurt himself throughout the event, so that was the plan to have him in the final. But Nick stepped in, and it was just seamless. So, yeah, no, super excited, and just really happy and proud to be a part of the Exodus crew. And Brett, I know you're watching, so thank you very much, mate.
Absolutely. You pulled away late in that final. It was a real arm wrestle to begin with, but I just thought the performance of Nick leading off the top took a little bit of that pressure off you as well. He was certainly dialed in early days and made your job just that little bit easier.
Yeah, 100%. As I said, he fitted in seamlessly. He's a class player in his own right, so we knew that he would do a job, and that's why we got him in the draft. So, super excited. Really proud of Nick. Really proud of Bousey, and just ecstatic. Can't wait to celebrate.
And on Bousey, just before we hand over the trophy, what are we talking? Grade 1, Grade 2, 5-6 weeks, or a couple of, a couple of pain relief, maybe jars tonight to get him up for Event 2?
Yeah, no, well, he's been icing it with a Great Northern stubby for the final. So, but look, we don't know. We'll see how he goes tonight. We'll work it out. I've already sent a message out to the wife to see if she can fly down to be our super sub. But he'll be right. He's a tough bugger, so he'll be sweet.
Good on you, Omar. All right, we're going to go give you guys an opportunity for some happy snaps. Well done again, as we've said, to our champions. It's been an amazing 2 days of bowls. We can't wait to be back here tomorrow morning to rip in for Event 2 at the Warilla Bowls Club. Once again, congratulations to our Event 1 champions, Exodus Blue. Back to you, Chris and Mark.
Thanks very much, Benny. Well done once again, Exodus, Aaron Sheriff, Nick Cahill, Matty Bouse, but take nothing away from Deer Park Gold. And they used to be the Chargers. Now they've got the blue and the gold, and I think they'll be charging a lot further in Events 2 and Event 3. Case, we've witnessed another fantastic night of bowls. Over the last 2 days, there have been a number of memories that we will remember, a number of highlights which will be replayed. But we do thank Sports Centre, Superloop, two of our partners here at the UBC. Thanks very much for your input and your obviously legendary wisdom into the game. And also, I love a little bit of banter as we see the boys on the screen right there. But make sure, all the viewers, you do remember to check in and check all the UBC streams from tomorrow at 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time, because we'll be back for Event 2 then, and 2 days of another brilliance, and then Event 3 following that. So UBC, fun, fast and fresh, back tomorrow, 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.